Dawn's not that far away. Hop back on the saddle soon. You saw this soldier. The dark can consume your brain. All we ever wanted was a little air to breathe, but all we got are ashes of our old memories. They can try to take me down, but they can't take me to my knees. No, you'll never take me. Not my choice, but it's my blood to bleed. I'm fatal. Heed the words I say to you before I will fade away. I need to know what you can do. Show them the only way. All we ever wanted was a little air to breathe, but all we got are ashes of our own.
Yo, what's up, travelers? My name's Kai, and welcome to Proudly Radical. Get this shit show on the road, I suppose. I'm in the middle of a neuropathy flare. My hands, my legs, what the fuck? And of course, hang on. That's funny. And now I'm answering medical advice for my nurse of a mother. Jesus Christ. How's everybody doing? Who's here? Hey, Anarchy and Freedom. Hey, SJW. Hey, Curio. I see you guys in chat. So, is everybody enjoying the shit-tastrophe that is our country, our civilization? It's been quite an interesting couple of days, as it always is. Let's see. Hey, let me hide my sidebar there. Yeah, there's a bunch of like shitfuckery stories. There's GOP setting up fake ballot boxes in multiple counties across California. The soon-to-be super spreader event that is the confirmation hearings for the Handmaid's Tale inspiration that is the next Supreme Court justice. Goodbye, rights for women. Yeah. What's the other one? Oh, an insurance firm, Swiss Re, fucking said 1/5 of the countries are at risk of ecosystem collapse. This is an insurance company that came to this conclusion. I'll show this on screen. Let me, because this one's got some really good pictures. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah. That's a bit early, but thank you. We covered this when it first started happening. And now the beach is literally covered in thousands and thousands of just dead marine life. There was a toxic leak of some kind. Some people suspect a rocket fuel plant up the way. Some people suspect maybe oil and gas. It's sort of up in the air at this moment because we're dealing with Russia in this instance. But people who were in the water, burning eyes, burning faces, any place that it touched, they had rashes and chemical burns. Blindness, this sort of thing. Look, for those new, it's just, I have a dark sense of humor, all right? I suffer every single fucking day physically. So it's laugh or cry, right? And this sort of stuff I choose to laugh at. We could be dealing with this. We could be doing something. We could be addressing this as humanity, as a civilization. But right now, nobody can get a straight answer out of Russia. Like, we'll look into it. We're currently investigating, that sort of thing. But the beach is literally just coated in dead marine life. They're estimating 95% of the seafloor life in this particular area is dead. So whatever leaked into the water was fucking potent. It was not like a small gas leak. I mean, we saw what... I heavily dislike the Russian government. I don't have a fuck the Russian government one, but I hope this will suffice for you, Anarchy.
Fuck the Chinese government there.
If South Park ever does a fuck the Russian government there with Randy, I'll fucking clip that too. But yeah, it's, we saw what Deepwater Horizon did. We saw what just metric fucking tons and metric tons of oil release into the Gulf did, and it was nowhere near this. And so whatever the fuck leaked into the ocean in this particular area is potent. Yeah. They're thinking it's a rocket fuel leak, but it's only a theory at this point because, they're saying, it disproved this week but it could be from the Kolutsky dumping ground where the fencing was breached. This is 100 tons of toxic chemicals and pesticides, but they're saying there's no leaking coming from there. And, Greenpeace and other officials or other groups are saying, well, the checks were done by the Russian government, so we can't really trust them. And so, like I said, it's trying to get a straight answer out of the Russian government at this point. But yeah, the scientists in the area that are talking are estimating 95% death of marine life in the area. And as you can see from the picture, it's bad. And when it first broke, when this story first broke, there were like swimmers and surfers and various beachgoers in the area, and they were coming out of the water with skin irritations and rashes and chemical burns and, you know, damage to their eyes. And it was bad. And, you know, now that it's had a chance to really sort of seep into the ecosystem there, that's what we have. So yeah, it's been an interesting weekend as far as the news cycle goes, you know. Yeah, 13 states hit record infections for COVID in the U.S. This is, let me give you the exact place. It's Russia. It's Russia. It's Russia. Whatever that says. KHALAKTYRSKY Beach. So Kalatirsky? Where's Kat? Where's my fucking mod? Kat speaks a smattering of Russian. He would be able to knock that out for us, but it's that. So, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah. It's bad. Yeah. It's President Vladimir Putin found the situation really worrying. I'm sure he's really broken up about it. I'm sure he's crying on the inside. Don't worry, he's a tough guy. He cries on the inside. Here's the other one. Okay. Swiss insurance firm conducted an analysis. Okay, so when the insurance companies tell you, right, when the insurance companies are saying like, hey, you know, this is going to be an issue, pay attention, right? When Lloyd's of London started to refuse coverage for climatological disasters and associated things, you knew the writing was on the wall, right? When major underwriters start to back away from creating policies for certain things, you know they're real, right? Like because they're not going to assume the financial liability. It's real. We're not paying for it. That's one of those indicator metrics I've used for years and years and years now, is pay attention to underwriters and insurance companies and see what they're willing to cover and what they're not willing to cover. And the things that they're not willing to cover usually are major catastrophes in the making. And Swiss Re did analysis, and 1/5 of the world's countries are at risk of ecosystems collapsing because of destruction of wildlife and habitat. I mean, they're saying, you know, natural services such as food, clean water, air, and flood protection. And they're saying more than half of the global GDP is going to depend on this biodiversity. So, you know, yeah, Australia, Israel, South Africa rank near the top of Swiss Re's index of risk of biodiversity and ecosystem services, with India, Spain, and Belgium also highlighted. Pakistan and Nigeria are also flagged. Brazil and Indonesia have large intact ecosystems. Yay, top of the list. Hey there, me try. So these are the places that you're going to pay attention to in the coming years. So Australia, Israel, South Africa, Spain, and Belgium, and Pakistan and Nigeria. This is what you're gonna want to pay attention to for huge climate change, climatological issues. And I don't know. Did anything happen in Australia recently that may have pointed to large-scale changes in climatological events? I don't recall. I think there may have been a small event for a few months. I'm not sure. Yeah, something. I think there may have been a small fire. I don't know. Either way, so yeah. Quote. If the ecosystem services, hey, wait a second. Forgive me, Kat. Kalatirsky? Am I even remotely close, or is this some Cyrillic shit that I'm just not understanding? But we were talking about this place earlier. That has happened at that beach. Either way. KH pronounced as H. Huktrisky? Close enough. Thank you for the KH pronounced as H bit, though. So, yeah, Swiss Re, the insurance analysis company, or the analysis by the insurance company, Swiss Re, I should say, said if the ecosystem service, which I love, by the way, ecosystem service is defined as food, water, and air. All right, like this is basically what they mean when they say ecosystem service. They mean food, water, and air. If the ecosystem service decline goes on in the countries at risk, you would see then scarcities unfolding even more strongly up to tipping points, said the lead author of the research. Jeffrey Bone, the Swiss Re's chief research officer, said this is the first index to our knowledge that pulls together indicators of biodiversity and ecosystems to cross-compare around the world and then specifically link back to the economies of those locations. The index was designed to help insurers assess ecosystem risks when setting premiums for businesses, but Bone said that it could have wider use as it, quote, allows businesses and governments to factor biodiversity and ecosystems into their economic decision-making. If this isn't the most boring dystopia shit I've seen in a while, right? We're talking about full-blown ecological collapse, all right? That's what we're talking about. Food, water, and air. But it allows businesses and governments to factor biodiversity and ecosystems into their economic decision-making. Fuck you. But as I said, these sorts of insurance index systems are super useful in keeping an eye on how fucked we really are because they don't want to pay out for shit. And so let's see. Hang on. I've got it. I don't mind bouncing around today. There is one thing, I wish Jackie were here. There's one story that I was reading about today that I wish Jackie were here for because she would be so angry. I would love it. All right. Do you want to add any context to this, Mitra?
So you're not aware of...
Like, what are we looking at here? Tell you what, here, Kat. There you go, Kat. Yeah, what the fuck are we looking at here? I can see that's something about perjury.
To be clear, is it right to say you're not aware of any attempts by Mr. Maguire, or at least you weren't before the public inquiry, aware of any attempts by Mr. Maguire to use your physical office or the staff in your office to assist Ms. Waterhouse in relation to her land in around Badgerys Creek?
Not to my recollection, but I also...
But to be clear, you...
It's nice to see that Australian politicians do the same shit fuckery that American politicians do. I do not recall, not to the best of my recollection. As near as I can remember, I do not I would stab people. Like, I would have like a poker stick. Like, I'd have an official poker person, like in Parliament, whose job it is to just like give them a little prick every time they say, I do not recall. Like, fuck off with that shit.
You're not aware of...
Boo, AMP links. For those not familiar, do not share AMP links. AMP links suck. No, yeah, in Minecraft. No, it would not real physical harm, Joe. Yeah, for those of you not familiar, AMP links are Google's attempt to actually take over the internet. It's a whole fucking thing. See if I can break that link, though. Okay, there we go. No worries. Just like, you know, just a sharp, pointy stick, like off of a tree. Like, there should be an official tree that you go out back and you snap a stick off and you poke these politicians in the rib cage. You know, it's like an official, like, rib poker position that we hire somebody for. And every time they say, I do not recall or not to the best of my recollection, you just jab them in the ribs. You know, just, Fucking just get him back on track, or maybe a little electroshock therapy. I don't know, but just something that doesn't cause physical, like permanent physical damage, but, you know, get him back on track a little bit. Right, an incentive, as it were. Like, we really, that shit pisses me off all the time. Like, not to the best of my recollection. I do not recall. Fuck you. We know, like, that's as good as saying I plead the fifth. We know you know. Like, come on. All right, so, basically, wow, that's a name. Gladys, of course, she's not going to resign, blah, 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 blah. So apparently some money was changing hands here in some way, shape, or form. That's what I gather from this.
The meeting that's been the subject of some evidence before this
Not to my recollection,
between,
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Souder,
Not to my recollection.
And Ms. Waterhouse.
Poke.
Not to my recollection, apart
Poke.
from what's been on the public record.
I'm telling you.
And is it right to say you don't recall any other steps being taken by Mr. Maguire to attempt to encourage your office to take an interest in Ms.
Bribe.
Waterhouse's
The word is bribe.
concerns?
Not apart from what you've already put to me in the private hearing.
Can we play, please? Telephone intercept 2909. This is one you haven't heard before.
So I told her what was happening. She said, "Oh, now I understand." And then I had a little coffee with Louise Waterhouse.
Oh, yeah, how's she going?
Yeah, good. She's got a big problem, so I took her up to your office and said, "Here, can you help solve?" She's got a lot of property out of that.
Oh yeah, you even see the tightening in the corners of the mouth. Like, it's pretty low res, but you can see you can see the micro expression. She tightens up. Halktruski. All right, thank you, Kat. When I was first covering it, I literally yelled, "Where's my fucking mod?" I knew, like, Kat speaks a smattering of Russian. I'm like, I knew you'd get me there closer than I could get. So this shitastrophe, where 95% of the estimated 95% of the marine life and human injury has been caused as well, occurred at the Halktruski, forgive me, Kat, I'm sorry, beach, which were closed for military drills in August. Yeah, so, you know, nothing worrying there. And then, you know, like I said, Swiss Re, 1/5 of countries at risk of ecosystem collapse. And that's an insurance company, right? Like, that's not fucking Greenpeace. That's not fucking, you know, like Tree Huggers United. That's a goddamn Swiss insurance company. You know, you tried, though. Thank you, SJW. You know, look, fucking, at no point in my life have I claimed to be able to speak, pronounce, or understand Russian. So, I can understand enough Spanish not to get stabbed and navigate Spanish-speaking areas you know, and also order food successfully. So that's about the extent of my, like, actual spoken language knowledge. All of my secondary, tertiary, and, you know, even yeah, I suppose fourth, yeah, languages were computer and programming languages. So that portion of my brain that would otherwise, I suppose, work for spoken linguistics just was dedicated to other stuff. So let's see. Well, fuck it. Fourthieri. Yeah, I know. I froze on it. Sorry. I'm still thinking about Dianne Feinstein. Like, this is the story of the day. Like, this is like, you see, this is 2019, but in Soviet Russia, ocean eats you. I was looking at an article about how Feinstein is normalizing this bullshit Supreme Court nomination process, and Feinstein is my favorite Republican who somehow gets to claim to be a lefty, right? She is not anywhere. She's literally a pro-life Republican. She's a bitch. She's a bitch. Her votes, her policies over the years have caused so much trouble for California and nationwide, right? And so somebody linked an article and they're like, somebody said a thing and they're like, wait, what? And Snopes, apparently Feinstein has spent basically 40 years attempting to make this story go away. Even Snopes will not list it as confirmed, but Bayview, as you can see, San Francisco Bayview, it's a national black newspaper that's been around for a while, covers it in depth in this 2019 article with contemporary accounts from people who were there, from contemporary accounts from newspapers. Also fucked it. Halaktursky, whatever. Close enough. Russian beach that's now dead and deadly to go to. Let's go with there. Halaktursky, whatever. Close enough. So Dianne Feinstein was mayor of San Francisco. If you're not, familiar with California, San Francisco, U.S. history, and that sort of thing. Dianne Feinstein, Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is a constant thorn in leftists and righties' sides, right? This is your classic, just everybody hates her. Like, sincerely, this is why I wanted Jackie here. She would be screaming right now, just at the mere mention of Feinstein's name. It would be hilarious. So there's this history of, in 64, yes. 64, they put up a fucking Confederate flag. Yes, Jackie screams at the most modern tradition. This one's okay. This one's okay. Trust me. So in 64, San Francisco flew a Confederate flag. Now, there's reasons, don't get me wrong, but those reasons all suck. All right, we're not going to give any credence or any airtime to why these idiots thought it was okay to fly a fucking Confederate flag. But what you need to know is that Richard Bradley dressed himself up in a Union soldier's uniform, climbed the fucking pole, drug it down, and threw it in the trash where it fucking belonged, right? They put it back up 2 more times. They brought it back down 2 more times, right? This is how they fucking handled this shit, right? All right. So, fuck it. There is in the Black Spartacus League representative. All right. And then it was when they brought it down, it was the crowd started singing John Brown's Body. Like, you want based, cat? It was fucking based. 64. The incident was hilarious. All right. So here's the thing. Feinstein fucking requested the flag, and it was donated by the Bechtel Corporation at Feinstein's request. This is per the Oakland Tribune contemporary account, April 19th, 1984. Remember, she has spent 40 years trying to make this go away. So this time, a member of the International Longshore and Workers Union Local 6, quote, as a crowd of black people, trade unionists, and socialists broke out into jubilant cheers and a chorus of John Brown's Body rang out, they pulled the fucking Confederate flag down and burned it this time. This is in 84. Feinstein literally requested the Confederate flag, and it was donated by the Bechtel Corporation. And it was part of this civic display that they put up. Yeah, trust me, I know. She's always been a piece, Mitre. It was this fucked up attempt to try and woo over Dixie Democrats. And she's, like I said, she spent 40 years trying to make this story go away. And, you go searching for it, and there's mixed accounts, and you go to Snopes, and even they're like, well, we can't confirm it. But they have, and, I'll put the fucking link in chat if anybody wants it. And, I'll throw it on shared content for shits and giggles. Oops, there we go. All right. There's contemporary accounts There's, contemporary news accounts. There's no doubt this woman actually requested this flag in an attempt to do this sort of civics display. And so, yeah, I went down this fucking hole. On April 15th, 1984, Black Spartacus League representative Richard Ritchie Bradley again donned a Civil War Army uniform, scaled the 50-foot flagpole, and ripped the flag of slavery down. Cheered on by protesters, Pete Woolston, a member of the ILWU Local 6 General Executive Board, then burned it. Both Bradley and Woolston were arrested. Like Shelley 20 years earlier, Feinstein put the flag right back up. After Bradley ripped the second flag to shreds the next day, he was arrested again. And again, here's a contemporary accounting of it. Recreation and Park Manager Malloy declared that, quote, he will continue to fly the Confederate flag until or unless the Board of Supervisors orders it down, per the San Francisco Examiner, April 17, 1984. So basically in 84, the Democrat National Convention was coming to town, and Feinstein was angling for a spot on the Democratic Party ticket as vice president. All right. To that end, she was eager to, quote, make San Francisco safe for the Neanderthal Strom Thurmond types and the then current George Wallaceites. For those of you that got a certain age on you that's know American history, Strom Thurmond and George Wallace, we're talking old school racist, right? Like they were around to heckle Lincoln at the Lincoln-Douglas debates, all right? These are old school racists. And her Dixiecrat brothers in arms who will be arriving, as we put it at the time. And there's, again, another contemporary account. After an appeal by Supervisor Ward, Feinstein grudgingly agreed not to put the KKK flag up again, but the city pressed charges against Bradley. As Colin Kalmbacher, writing on the website Law and Crime, February 27, 2018, put it, quote, Feinstein's office worked with San Francisco's then District Attorney Arlo Smith on the prosecution. Of particular concern to Feinstein was that Bradley make restitution to the city of San Francisco for destroying the Confederate flag that they flew. All right, so for those of you that are like contemporaries of now, and you hear San Francisco, you hear this, it evokes a certain imagery in your mind. You hear gay, you hear progressive, you hear like hyper liberal, you hear, there's certain things that pop off in your mind. Flying Confederate flags in order to court racist demographic votes is probably not one of the things that pops to the forefront of your mind. But Dianne Feinstein is the one who was doing this most recently, and she was mayor of San Francisco at the time. She's now a senator, and she is normalizing the shitastrophe of Chinese and windy. It's a Bay Area, it's kind of windy, but the first one, there is a heavy Asian population there. They do have that. She's right now normalizing the just absolute shitastrophe of a Supreme Court justice nomination process. And people were calling her out for it. And there's this sort of contingent of people that don't know how much of a piece of shit Dianne Feinstein truly is. And so, she's former mayor of San Francisco and she's a Democrat from California. Like, it leaves this certain impression, this sort of propagandized impression that people have, not really realizing that she's a pro-life Republican for all intents and purposes, and she's got a history of courting racists actively. So, yeah. So yeah, I got lost in this today. Like fucking, this Confederate flag in Dianne Feinstein's attic. And it was a nice trip down memory lane. Do not like that woman. Do not like that woman. She's in that, she's worse than Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi category. Like she's in the same sort of category, but if you're going to say who's worse, Feinstein's worse. It's not by much, don't get me wrong. It's not like leaps and bounds. They're all fucking problematic, let's say. But yeah, a little education on one of our more problematic individuals that we deal with on a regular basis. And she's been there for forever. Like all of these people that we're talking about that we deal with in our Senate and in our House of Representatives, but largely our Senate, they're 1,000 years old and they've been there for 950 years. Like that's how it works. And she's one of those. And it's just fucking Feinstein. But yeah. And the GOP Senator Mike Lee, of course, went to the Barrett hearings, refused to wear a mask, even though he's tested positive for COVID. And of course, we saw earlier Trump claiming that he's immune to COVID. And so. And hey, let's just start this audio recording right here. Why not? You just missed a ton, but who cares? So yeah, it's definitely an interesting time to be an American. The reports coming from people who were in the People of Praise cult that are now actively talking about how they were victims of sexual assault and abuse, emotional, physical, how they, a couple were borderline tortured. Our next Supreme Court justice is in a cult, like a proper, true, not us being smarmy little like agnostics or atheists or non-religious types and saying like, hey, Christianity's a cult, Islam's a cult, it's all religion's a cult, that sort of thing. No. Like a real, true, proper cult. And she's full-on cult member. And she has written multiple articles. She has been paid by multiple groups to give speeches at various conventions and conferences over her career about, how she's, she would want to dismantle Roe v. Wade, rolling back abortion, how she's, anti-gay rights, how she's, anti-socialized healthcare, how she's, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Strap in. If you're an American, strap in. Let's see. What else we got? Close that. Just leave that on screen. And that's what it looks like when you don't put your government, your oil, gas, and military industries in check, folks. Yeah. Man. Let's see. I mean, I didn't get a chance to fucking laugh about this on stream yet. Because it's fucking hilarious, right? Like, we all know, I'm not a Biden supporter, but Joe Biden has received the Scientific America and the New England Journal of Medicine endorsements. All right, the thing to note, Scientific America and the New England Journal of Medicine don't endorse people. They don't get political. They don't engage in that. And I mean, in the case of, I don't know how long it's been for Scientific America, but I know the number off the top of my head for the New England Journal of Medicine. It's 208 years. They've never endorsed a president. They endorsed Biden. They said, don't vote for Trump. And I find it hilarious because Biden has received the New England Journal of Medicine and Scientific America endorsements, and Trump has received the KKK and the Taliban's endorsements. I fucking love that. I love that. I mean, if that isn't the truest writing on the wall, I don't know what is at this point. This motherfucker's got endorsements from the KKK, David Duke, Stormfront, the Imperial Grand Wizards, the Taliban. It's hilarious at this point. The people that are endorsing Trump. Oh, Lord. We are so fucked. Let's see. All right, there we go. Because he's cutting out the middlemen. These doctors just want their cut of the Regeneron. Even the CEO of Regeneron stated unequivocally that Donald Trump is a case of one and by no means constitutes evidence of efficacy. Hey there, Taco. Well, I mean, we covered a lot of ground already, but the world is burning. I don't know. Get some marshmallows. There you go. That sort of sums up what it's been so far. I think if I had to bookend it, you know, yeah, grab some marshmallows. The world is on fire. You might as well. Hot takes aren't meant to be metaphorical. There was a Reddit thread yesterday about if there was an incoming nuclear weapon in 30 minutes, what would you do? Where would you hide? What would you attempt? Yeah, we did. We looked at Gladys briefly. What would you do? And an overwhelming amount of people said something along the lines of grab a lawn chair and a beer. Like, you just, like, that's, what do you, I don't, this is already fucked. A post-apocalyptic nuclear hellscape version of this would not exactly be the thing most people want to enjoy. There was all sorts of variations on it, you know, getting marshmallows or getting frozen pizza and holding it in your lap so it, you know, defrosts, that sort of thing. There were a lot of people that had that answer. They're like, yep. Gladys, ew, bad mental images. Yeah, I'm already a goomer doomer. Just enjoy it all. You know, about, I mean, isn't that what they were about anyway, Kat? Like, that would be the, forgive my pronunciation, but positists, weren't they all about, like, impending nuclear war anyway? Like, they were Trotskyists that thought nuclear war was coming anyway, right? Like, so embrace it. And so I'm not terribly familiar. Like, I know baseline. Okay. Redacted for TOS purposes. All right. Yeah. Masturbate while the rockets come down. You know, I have, see, that's the thing. If you want to think logically about it, actually, it's not that difficult to get out of the blast range of a nuclear blast, depending on where you are and access and that sort of things. Distance matters. Hop in your car and just start driving as fast as you can, that sort of thing. But yeah, there was a lot of fucked up answers too that were truthful. A few answers, if anybody remembers from a while ago, when there was a false incoming nuclear weapon alert for Hawaii, when the warning system for Hawaii went off, and there was a few people who live in Hawaii actively and said, you know, this is what I actually did. And one of them was a father. He said, my wife and I got into bed with our two children, and we started reading them bedtime stories. Like, that's welcome to the harsh reality of it, right? Like, what are we going to do? There's nothing we can do. So let's just try and spend our last moments as a family. It's like, imagine what that was like. And imagine how, one, relieved, but how pissed you would be. Like, when you get it's all clear, it was a false alarm. Like, I would be so fucking just incensed. Like, you just tortured me for 30 minutes sort of shit. Like, one guy actually was driving down the highway in Hawaii, and he said, I was just entering a tunnel. And so I parked in the tunnel, and there was one other car with me. Yeah, I'd be pissed that I probably got life in prison. You're like, 30 minutes left. I'm doing a couple of things. I feel that. I feel that in my soul, cats. Like, there's a couple of things I need to check off the list real quick. Oh, false alarm. Wait, what? Shit, now I need to dig a hole. Yeah, like there was some, there was some like rational answers, there was some, logical answers, there was some really fucked up answers, and there was a lot of like millennial Gen Z sort of answers that like, no, I'm just gonna grab a beer and a fucking lawn chair and fucking watch the fireworks show. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm not sticking around for the nuclear apocalypse version of this bullshit. It's people that play Fallout and don't realize it's a critique, that like they're like, oh, this would be so great. You do realize that this is a scathing critique. Classic gamer shit. What do we got? Let's see. Let me minimize. Oh no, actually, let me just bring that to the forefront again. Oh, I found a new subreddit today. I always like when I find a new subreddit, because if I showed you, I can't show you on stream. Like, I'm not gonna pull up my account. Like, are you insane? But if I showed you how many subreddits I have in my subscription list for my current primary account, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. The running joke is that Reddit has a subreddit for everything. And if I find a new one, I immediately subscribe. I found a new subreddit called Man, I Hate Politics and Video Games. Man, I Hate Politics and Video Games. Excuse me as I binge play Fallout, Metal Gear Solid, GTA, and Bioshock. I know, right? Fucking gamers. The subreddit is called As a Black Man. I have an abundance too in all porn. Well, that's a different account. It's not my main account. That's just a different account. Yes, I have a porn account, of course. I love this one. This is Gad. Dude, it's brilliant. Okay, so it's not just black men, right? So what the premise of it is that fundamentally people who argue in bad faith and they lie about who they are, right? You call them out on some fascist right-wing bullshit, and they're like, well, as a black man who served 3 tours in Afghanistan and is disabled and has an adopted child and a, Latino wife, and you just scroll through their fucking account history, and they've recently posted a fucking photo of their 17-year-old white ass meeting some gaming heroes or some streaming heroes. Yes, it's a real example. You're like, that is what we're talking about. But it extends past just black men, right? It's, as a woman, as someone who's transgendered, as someone who's gay, as someone who's, it's arguing in bad faith sort of thing. And yeah, I spent a solid probably 45 minutes to an hour going through their greatest hits. That was, yeah. It was a little PTSD as well, like a little twitchy. Like, I don't mean to minimize or co-opt the term. I understand, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I get it. But, there was a little, like, I know I've dealt with this before. I know I've dealt with this shit before. Like, oh, well, as a insert whatever argument they're trying to win, that whatever position that would justify their, holding this odious position, here. Yeah, Kat, I love knowing how jealous they are of me. It's a hell of a thing. It was a hell of a thing. Speaking of, let's see. One sec here. All right. I sometimes for the lulz write as a straight cis white male of the first world. Yeah, I'm feeling, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of chatty. It's been almost an hour. Does anybody want to hop on the line and bullshit about whatever the fuck we're going to bitch about today? I'll open it up. Any of the regulars want in, or any of the non-regulars. Like, let's see. Pull that. Oh, what else do I have in my feed? Oh yeah, that was fucking hypocrisy writ large. See if I can. There we go. Yeah, you got to do a class in 7 minutes. At work. This was a great fucking headline. Anti-abortion groups say they stand behind Trump's use of a drug, the Regeneron antibody treatment, tested on cells derived from an aborted fetus because the president, quote, was not involved with that abortion. I seem to recall an entire era of arguing about aborted fetus cells and stem cells during the Bush administration, in which it didn't matter how many times removed you were away from the abortion. It was all off limits. And now, shit, it's Curio is an aborted fetus. I approve. Now, since he personally didn't actually abort the fetus himself, like he didn't get up in there with a vacuum cleaner, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. 3 leaders of anti-abortion organizations. 3 separate leaders of anti-abortion organizations. I mean, come on. The Heritage Foundation, Texas Alliance for Life, and the Pro-Life Action League all fucking were okay with it all of a sudden. I hate hypocrisy. Probably my biggest thing in this world I hate, honestly. For, like, if I had to just order the things that piss me off the most, what a bunch of cocks. Yeah, if I had to order the list of things that just piss me off the most, I think hypocrisy tops the list. I really do. It just, these fuckers have been screaming for ages. Hey, good luck with your stream, SJW. What are you doing tonight? Maybe I'll streamception you. I don't know. Or maybe I'll get... Oh, yeah, I wanted to copy image address. Oh, all right, Taco. Fuck Hippocrates. I hate his oath. Curio, you know what, Curio? You and I have never had an actual conversation. So, Taco, you do what you got to do. Take your time. Curio, if you're feeling up to it, I'd love to just have a chat, quite frankly. You and I never talked. This has been pissing off Mia. This rightly pissed off a whole bunch of people. All right? This is brilliant, right? Breonna Taylor can't get justice for shit, but a porcupine got beaten to death. All right, cool. Just throw me a message one way or the other. Breonna Taylor can't get justice. Sorry, Mitrai. Can't get justice for shit. Meanwhile, 2 fucking Maine officers beat fucking porcupine to death with their batons, and they were fired and charged immediately. Like, immediately. Like, this is some white people shit if there ever was. Tom, I see you creeping from your screen. I don't know. Is Netflix Tom? I don't know who Taco's talking about, but either way. Oh, there he is. Fuck it. I was straight called out. Thanks for the follow, Tom. Straight called out. Look at that shit. Fucking Taco out there. Taco fucking doing the networking. Taco, I love it. Thanks, man. Fucking you got feet on the ground. You get out there and do the networking. Sure. I hit the sort of hour mark. I've covered a bunch of headlines. I've had a good giggle or two at like how the world is burning. And I sort of opened it up. I said, if anybody wants to call in, new or old, Discord, I'll move you over to the on air once you're in voice chat. But yeah, that one was fucked. It was fucked. It didn't surprise me though. It didn't surprise me. Cat vegan lefties about to get a hard reality check. I know, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, a fucking porcupine. I'm 6 hours into a stream and feeling a bit burnt out. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. You're hitting that wall. Like, you probably hit that wall a couple hours ago, but I mean, yeah. Hey, it's up to you. Let me, hang on. Let's, there. Cool. All right, Taco. What am I looking at here? Is that a Tom? That's a Tom in the corner. Just wanted to pull that up. Hey, your political compass looks pretty close to mine. Although I don't, yeah. Just looking at this right here. Yeah, you're pretty. I'm pegged pretty far into the corner as well. Though I prefer the 8 values, and I've got a reworked 8 values on my website. If anybody wants it, kaisings.com/8v. Makes the anarchist category a little more achievable. The 8 values treats anarchism as this sort of like unicorn. It's fucking insane. All right. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. Moving you to on air and joining you. Hey, Tom, what's up?
What's up, man? Let me mute your stream. Hold up.
Echo.
Yeah, just straight up. Just playing several times in my ears over here. What you getting into? What you talking about?
Let's see. Hang on. Let me just clear a couple of things. There we go. I'll drop that. I always do sort of like headlines that caught my attention rundown. If there's anything, if I'm not completely burned the fuck out, I do follow the news cycle pretty closely. Did a few rundowns, ecological collapse, that sort of thing. Okay. See you in a bit, Mitre. Enjoy your class, and good luck grading those papers.
When you talk about ecological collapse, what you talk about? You talk about like climate change and all that good jazz?
Well, okay. So one, we talked about here, if you're still watching my screen, we talked about this, which is my mod cat is better at Russian than I am. But it's a beach in Russia that nobody can get a straight answer out of the fucking Russian government. Surprise, right?
Right.
But basically, the scientists in the area estimate 95% of the marine life is dead. And when I covered this story when it first broke, and people were coming out of the water with like rashes and chemical burns, and their eyes were like being injured and all sorts of fucked up stuff. And now, like, there's these pictures of just absolute shit-tastrophe. Like, it's just the whole beach is covered with dead shit. And so
is that like a natural thing?
No. They think there's a couple of things in the area that could have caused it. One is a rocket fuel manufacturing site. Another one is 100-ton toxic waste disposal and toxic chemical and pesticide waste disposals area from the Soviet era. And there was a military exercise there back in August. And so like there's a whole host of variables that nobody can really at this time make a judgment call about. But as you can imagine, the Russian government isn't exactly being forthcoming about it. So yeah, that was leading off. And then there was this, which one of these things that I learned a bunch of years ago was watch the insurance companies, specifically the underwriters. So like Lloyd's of London, Swiss Re, that sort of thing. And so in this instance, insurance firm Swiss Re, they conducted an analysis and they found that 1/5 of the world's countries are at risk of their ecosystems collapsing because of destruction of wildlife and habitats. This is an insurance company saying this. This is not Greenpeace. This is not Tree Huggers International. This is a fucking insurance company because they don't want to cover this damage. And they even go on
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a great indicator for how fucked you are, right? Watch the insurance companies and the underwriters. And so they Oh, how did they put it? It was fucking hilarious. The index was designed to help insurers assess ecosystem risks when setting premiums for businesses, but Bones said it could have a wider use as it, quote, allows businesses and governments to factor biodiversity and ecosystems into their economic decision making. Yeah. They talk about ecosystem services, and what they're talking about is food, water, and air. When they say this, very, very capitalistic language, like ecosystem services. Yeah, food, water, and air. And so they have, hey, Zero, what's up, man? They have a hot list, basically. Countries, Australia, Israel, South Africa top the list, with India, Spain, and Belgium also highlighted. And then Pakistan and Nigeria are also listed as fragile ecosystems with large farming sectors that are flagged as well. And so these are sort of the hot ones that you need to keep an eye on in the next few years that are most susceptible.
It's really interesting. I've been looking at climate change a lot recently as well. And actually, I talk about like a global federal system a lot, and I like to bounce the idea around people, because my answer, or my question would be like, so you said you kind of have like pretty similar political leanings, at least from my like political compass. The idea is like, well, what do we do about these global problems? What do we do about like mega corporations and companies that exist at the supranational scale? Like, what do we do about them, and how do we stop them from like polluting like massive amounts of parts, like massive regions of the world? And like you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
you can look at like the fabric industry in like Southeast Asia, and like the way that like it's a similar thing there, where like the Citarum River, I think it's in the Indonesia, maybe.
Yeah,
It's either Indonesia
I
or
do
the
believe so.
Philippines.
Yes.
The Citarum River is like one of the like most polluted rivers in the world, and it's like to the tune of like hundreds of times the levels of like heavy metals as found in the water, and the water is like the drinking water of like hundreds of millions of people. And it's like, what do we do about that? Like, how do you do like something about that? Like, these companies
West
are like
Java.
largely like operating in a way that, what I'm saying, like that derives most of its benefit from Western markets. So they like actively spend their time in Western markets and Western systems. So like, it seems like we should do something about it. Have you ever heard of the Magnitsky Act?
Oh yeah. We undermined it under this administration, but yeah, it was a decent swing at least.
It was a decent swing. I think something like expanding the Magnitsky Act would be really based. Like expanding it not just to like cover the things that they covered, but also to kind of help bridge the gap between now and our ability in the future to create something like a global federal system that would allow us to create like a global tax bracket and like global human rights that like national systems can't like infringe on.
There's a whole host of people down in your down in our territory of the political compass that would be screaming "re" at you right now.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm a fucking lib, like
Yeah.
in their like most of their opinions, because a lot of these people don't understand praxis.
Well, that's the thing is I would immediately mention, someone like Chomsky, that, one of the lessons I picked up with him from him was that if you want to dismantle the corporate infrastructure, if you want to attack it, the only instrument or tool that we have that can accomplish that is governance. And so you need to reclaim
100%.
governance first, and then utilize it to attack corporatocracy. And then once you're done handling corporatocracy, then you can address the issue of, dismantling or kneecapping or restricting or regulating or reordering or, whatever you want to do with those systems of governance. And you went there right out of the gate. That's what I was curious in the back of my head as you were, first proposing the idea. I was like, oh, let's see where he goes with this. Like, will he, how are you going to, what tack are you going to choose on this one? And I like that you're like, yeah, no, we need some level of governance that is capable of handling these sort of multinational trillion-dollar enterprises.
Yep.
And I mean,
and that's the key, is that they are supranational individuals and organizations, so they don't actually fit in a national level. And like, not just like them, but like there's multiple global problems that are like similar, like whether or not you're talking about climate change or whether or not you're talking about like the pandemic that we're currently experiencing, and any given pandemic that we could experience in the future that has the ability to like what I'm saying, like ride the fucking coattails of 21st century travel and trade.
And New Zealand just said, huh? Like,
Right.
what? I'm sorry, are you guys having a problem?
Right.
Meanwhile, they've, I don't know if you caught the influenza thing. New Zealand has potentially eradicated influenza as well as a side effect.
Yeah, no, I was hearing something about that
Yeah,
on
fuck
like the
it.
radio or something one day about how like because of the like measures that countries are taking to combat coronavirus, they're actually like
Knock-on effects.
massively curbing the flu because
Yep, knock-on effects. I was, I was just laughing my ass off. If I were a New Zealander, I'd suddenly be an isolationist. Like, borders closed, no one in or out. We're gonna solve it. We're gonna solve it.
there's a interesting thing to be said about that. There's a good video on The Economist that talks about like how COVID-19 is affecting like globalization as it currently exists, and like it talks about how the supply lines and the supply chains that kind of like help create like our current system of globalization are like ultimately shown to be like super risky because of things like the pandemic.
Well, I mean,
And so we might see like a shift towards like more regionally, like globally, like regionally, like systems of
hey,
trade instead.
look at that.
So not necessarily like protectionism, but like regionalism.
Um,
Um,
Thank you, Zero. I encourage people not to do that, but thank you nonetheless. I much prefer people donate that money to like a charity that they, that they believe in, that sort of thing. Not to give Amazon any fucking money. But
based and praxis.
yeah, when you follow, it says it's Mother Anarchy loves her sons, and when you sub, it says Mother Anarchy is not for sale. So yeah, it's like that. But thank you, Zero, nonetheless. And Kat, you have been gifted a sub. He's already a mod, but nonetheless. Yeah, no, we should have been doing that anyway. I mean, that's coming from a heavy IT background from very, very young. Basically, I'm for not just decentralization, but actual distributed computing, and carry that forward to other practices. If you can do it at a distributed level, you should be doing that. It creates redundancy within the system. It also spreads the resource drain across the whole of the platform rather than one individual point. And you can apply that sort of modality to a whole host of things, from farming to textile production to, basically any and everything. And yeah, I mean, that's basically what you're getting at. What The Economist was getting at is that if you can regionalize or localize these sorts of production methodologies, then it provides, redundancy. It provides, uptick in the economy of the local area. It makes sure that, the environmental costs are distributed across the globe rather than centralized on one specific space, and creates a resource drain in that locale. So yeah, it would be useful to see that, and it's nice to see that. I mean, look, the last time we had a major, well, not the last time, but actually, yeah, basically every pandemic usually spurs on some sort of progressive policy and growth. My favorite, of course, is the Black Plague in Europe, which basically collapsed feudalism and led to constitutional monarchism having a rise. But
That and the advent of the whatchamacallit, printing press not that long before
Yeah.
the rise of this.
But yeah,
I actually love talking about that specifically because, like, yes, that is a catalytic event that that launched us into, what I'm saying,
yeah,
republicanism essentially.
yeah.
And ultimately, like, I think though what needs to be pointed out is that the level of communication that we had at the time, our relative means of communication exponentially increased, and they like so that. It gave room for expanded modes of thought,
Much
across,
like
saying,
a
more
global
people.
interconnected electronic communication system.
Boom, that's exactly right. And this is what I like to talk about. I have a history degree, but I have a bachelor's degree in history and anthropology, and I study the history of human identity, prejudice, and communication, and like basically the idea is that human identity and prejudice are basically two sides of the same coin. It's a relationship that is itself facilitated by our relative means of communication among various cultural groups at any one point in time. So I like to look at, like, throughout history, like how when communication changes and grows, so does our ability to de-otherize other people and to grow. Thank you very much for the follow. And grow who it is that we see as us. So
and
when it comes
thank
to
you,
the
Stoned
digital age,
Mongoose, for the follow on my channel.
when it comes to things like the digital age, I'm very excited to see, as the generations progress, how it is that Homo sapiens progresses in who it is that it considers to be in any various like one particular like us. I think that ultimately it's going to push us towards a global system, kind of where we are all human.
Well, like age 4 in front of a mainframe terminal. Like, this is like my credentials as a technologist go deep. And so I'm okay with the hive mind of the internet. I'm okay with all of these sorts of concepts. And I often argue, I use this example. I can, It, hang on. I did it earlier. It should be somewhere in chat. But I'll get on that for a second. There we go. So there we go. I can send a dick pic to some random person on the Indian subcontinent and send it in 128 milliseconds. The planet is too small. It's entirely too small for the politics, the policies, and the ideologies and modalities that we're currently operating under. And if that's a possible thing, if I can turn on my phone and literally have a conversation with somebody, that it will translate for me, which we're getting very close to for universal translator.
Amazing.
And so, like, with that sort of like closing down and dissolving.
Thank you so much for the follow.
With that sort of like dissolving of barriers and borders, which again, as an anarchist, are fucking obnoxious to start with. Hey, look, I drew an imaginary line in the sand. If you cross it, I shoot you, and that's legal somehow. Never mind, we made up the law too. In this sort of digital electronic age, it does it forces the issue, and you see that sort of difference.
Thank you so much.
Classic Canadian, like the classic boomer Canadian healthcare conversation, right? Like, Canada has this socialist hellscape, healthcare system. It's like, you do realize I talk to Canadians on a regular basis, right? Like, this isn't like some foreign land that we can't communicate with. Like, oh, Britain has no-go zones and that sort of thing. And it's like, hang on, let me just check my phone really quickly and talk to somebody who I know in the UK. Like, is this a thing even? We can check and verify this stuff so quickly now, and cross these sort of nationalistic and ideological boundaries with minimal effort that once upon a time would have been the purview and the parlance of rich people. Like, you would have had to truly had money to understand what it is to be there. Meanwhile, now I can just I can have one of my buddies in Germany fucking video stream some shit going down, no problem. Like, yeah, this is what it looks like right now. Like, that's
true. No, like, I consider myself almost like a boomer. I'm 29 and I turned 30 in like January, and I'm basically a boomer. But like, still growing up, my not to cut you off, but
no,
like,
go.
It's a good point. But like, interject this. Like, my best friend growing up, like one of my like closest friends, was like over 3,000 miles away at any given point in time.
Yeah.
But like, I related to that person more than I related to most people that I grew up around.
There's an old
like, think about that. Like, that's honestly crazy.
There's an old it's called the Hackers Manifesto, and part of it talks about how one of our crimes is that I judge people by their ideas, not by what they look like, not by their appearances, but how they present themselves, how they choose to express themselves, the ideas that they put forth. These are the ways in which I judge people. And the internet, brought that about. It stripped away that sort of identity politic version of things for a while. And, you know, unfortunately, there's a discussion to be had about the resurgence. But for a while, that, you know, what it was like almost the true marketplace of ideas, right? It was, oh, okay, so this guy, you know, I interact with on a regular basis. This person I interact with on a regular basis. I take them at their word. Like we converse every day, you know, we share our lives and our experiences, and who cares that they're, in your case, 3,000 miles away. I had one that was, I had a Canadian, that was probably my longest running online friend. I mean, since I was 14.
Yeah, no, I'm blown away by it. I don't think it's something that will like. I'm not sure if your mic cut out if you just stopped talking.
No, I just stopped talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm blown away, like blown out of the water on the subject, and like, I'm just like kind of amazed to like watch how it like happens in the future. Like, I think over generations, our ability to communicate with people outside of our traditional cultures, like it kind of always has, will basically like essentially expand people's like minds and you know, opinions of the world in a way that I think will ultimately like push us towards being more connected as a whole. And I'm just generally really excited about it.
You know,
even if it's not going to happen in my like lifetime, we have to keep in mind that like, you know, I'm saying I'm one of the like older millennials, I guess, and like
no, you're not even close to one of the older millennials.
Okay, true. I mean,
no,
I remember the life before the digital age, so there's that.
I am the elder like, statesman of the millennial era. Yeah.
Like Gen X, you know what I'm saying? Like it's still the boomers actually in charge, and like.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the world over, and like that's a few generations removed from the actual impacts of the digital age.
Well,
so what we're seeing right now is like really a transitionary period.
So here's the thing. There's categories or layers of the effects of the digital age. And
yeah, absolutely.
I think it's very much like an immune system. Those that grow up with pets in the dirt, in the wild, you know, this sort of thing, they have an enhanced immune response. They're less likely to have allergies. They're, you know, this sort of thing. The growing up with technology to a certain degree also has this effect. And you can see the ones who grew up with technology have a different relationship to the technology than the boomers. But the boomers have also been vastly affected by it as well, but they don't have that autoimmune response. And they're susceptible to the likes of Facebook and the Internet Research Agency and, you know, Fox News and all of these sorts of things that we know, like that we're fully aware that take advantage of them. And without that sort of technological literacy to fall back on, that is what ultimately, you know, 5G causes COVID.
Good old anti-intellectualism.
And, you know, fuck it. Oh, I love that Asimov quote about, you know, there's always been a vein of anti-intellectualism in this country. An undercurrent, I should say. It's the line, I believe. And so, you know, yeah, the same thing that we heard growing up. Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe, you know, now Karen posts a Facebook meme and all of a sudden, like, it's just gospel to this generation.
True, if it's edgy enough.
So, you know, meanwhile, the rest of us just pop open a fucking tab and, you know, just do a quick search. And we're like, well, if I just pump a few keywords into that search engine here and, oh, yep, that's bullshit. It's nothing for us to cross-reference something really quickly. Meanwhile, you know, deal with your boomer parents and, you know, say like, well, let's just open a new tab and go to, you know, DuckDuckGo or whatever and, you know, pump in some of the keywords. And they're like, wait, what are the keywords? You know, what am I searching for? How do I search? That sort of thing. And you're like, oh, fuck, you couldn't tell a reputable source from a disreputable source if I smacked you with it.
Yeah, no, you want to talk about tabs? My mom called me the other day and had me help her with her phone, and she literally had 99 plus tabs on her phone, and it actually hurt me.
So here's the quick Here's the elevator pitch version of it. My mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal at a hospital at age 4. By 14, I was doing custom program work. By early 20s, I was doing service work here in the Las Vegas Valley for major entities. And by 25, I had spun up my own independent consulting agency. I spent my life in technology. And so, yeah, that sort of thing is just, I've got so many of those stories that, 4 a.m. call after spinning up a brand new exchange, brand new exchange server for a major client here in the Valley. And the CEO, the owner of the company, fucking calls me, and he's like, "I'm not getting any email. I'm not getting this. We just spent thousands on this. You need to be down here now and fix this." I schlep my ass halfway across the valley. I get there, and fucking the email's coming in just fine. He's just scrolled down in the email list, so it's all above him right now. Like, you just need to scroll up, and it's all right there. Yeah. Like,
I struggle to keep Streamlabs afloat.
So your experience with technology amazes me.
I liken it to being a blacksmith in the modern age. Like, once upon a time, the blacksmith was the king of all trades, right? Everybody needed them for tool making or whatever. If you needed a thing, you had to deal with the blacksmith. And I got to be a sort of jack of all trades IT guy. And it has lent itself in ways that I couldn't have even possibly conceived of, with the, sort of advent of 3D printing and, Arduino and microcontroller technologies and the sorts of things that I don't have to learn what a lot of people have to learn. I've already learned it ages ago, and now it's just, oh, okay, I just need to add another layer on top. And I owe so much to my mother for doing that.
Yeah, that's dope. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know I don't even know what you just said, but I don't even know what those things are.
Little mini computers on a chip, basically. It's the long and short of that, if I had to boil it. Nonsense. Sorry. Nonsense. Just doing chat management. Nonsense. What do you think of the California GOP ballot harvesting story? Okay, one, can we stop calling it ballot harvesting? Because if you do ballot harvesting, you have to get approval first off, and people have to sign off on the ballot and say, I'm signing over my ballot to this individual. They set up a series of false ballot collection locations. They're just committing fraud and voter fraud at this point, election fraud. What do I think? I think it's par for the course. I'm not surprised. I'm more bemused than anything else, quite frankly. 3 counties that we're aware of at this point, but the GOP owned it. It's like a ballot barrel. They owned it. The GOP of California straight said, yeah, we're doing it.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, I know. They're saying they're not breaking any laws. Like, they're owning it. Like, this is the thing. I started this line one day. Leftists need to learn a lot of lessons from the right wingers. One of which is Machiavellianism. They need to be we're so puritanical in our praxis sometimes that we just can't get shit done. Meanwhile, the fucking right.
I'd say in our theory and not in our actual praxis.
There's an argument to be made. The theory informs the praxis and blah, 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 blah. But
yeah, no, true. I'm like, what praxis? It's just a bunch of lefty infighting over nuances of theory.
I know. I hate the lefty infighting. Yeah, nonsense saying no kidding. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. No one's trying. I have argued this before. If you're playing a game and one team is cheating and the other team is not, and nobody's enforcing the rules, then you're not playing the game properly if you're not cheating. It's just brass tacks. There's a pragmatism and a realism that you have to come to at a certain point and be like, oh, we're getting screwed because we refuse to take the low road. Well, we'll take the high road while they take the low road. Well, guess what? The low road's a lot quicker, a lot easier, and you get a lot of shit done.
What's funny about this is the fact that I've been saying it a couple of times recently, that if the liberals in the Democratic Party understood how to beat Republicans, turns out they probably wouldn't be a Democrat to begin with. They'd still be a Republican, because most of the liberals and the neoliberals that are in the Democratic Party today are actually just the moderate Republicans from the 80s and 90s that ended up voting for Bill Clinton in the late 90s.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're fucking.
So they're literally just Republicans. They're just the moderate Republicans that didn't go full neocon in the mid 20th century.
Cat saying
They've never known how to beat Republicans.
that's why it's important to vote in hostile territories. These stories don't happen if Dems don't vote in GOP areas, and you see that in Texas. You see that in Texas right now. Texas is turning purple because of a bunch of fucking California expats that moved to Texas. Like, they are pulling them to the left actively.
True.
So
I'm an anarcho-communist at heart and a libertarian socialist in practice, and I focus mostly on local politics. I'm over here in rural South Carolina.
look at you. You're in
100%. It's not hard to bring people over here on board with some really left economic policies. Like, for example, at a local level, I push for things like a $15 an hour minimum wage, which is double our current minimum wage, which is like $7.50 or some shit like that. I push for things like increased infrastructure spending. I push for things like less suburban hellscape and more urbanization.
Okay.
My
so
brain is melting. Sorry.
It's no, I've been there, bro. I've been there. One, mad respect for engaging in South Carolina, right? So it's the Carolinas merge in my brain a lot of the time. All I hear is Carolina. My aunt presently lives in South Carolina, actually. So yeah, I'm a Vermonter by birth. But I've done my tour of duty in Tennessee. Tennessee.
I legitimately think that if progressives actually want to get anywhere in the Democratic Party, they need to come places like here, to the rural South and actually talk, because ultimately, so for example, in my area, I'm in a deep red area, and like I'm in a red area of South Carolina, which is already a red state. And like, let me just throw out some statistics at you real quick. At my county level, before the pandemic, we had 56% of renters and 34% of homeowners in my area who couldn't afford either rent or mortgage and the basic cost of utility and basic utilities at some point throughout the year. So we had like 30-40% poverty rate. We had like our average renter wage and our average wage are both respectively like around 30-40% lower than what is needed to either rent or to own a 1-bedroom unit at fair market value in my area. And that's before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we're deep red. So like, it's really not that hard to point out that, hey, at a county level, screw a state level, like screw our congressmen, screw our actual representatives. At a county level, at a city level, we're deep red. And we've been that way forever. And they're not taking care of us. They actively do not take care of us. They actively sell us out to big money developers that come in and they fill and build in our swamps. And they create downstream problems literally for everyone, not just downstream, upstream. It floods the entire river. It causes like billions of dollars in flood damages every year. I'm in a coastal area of South Carolina. We typically get hit by like 1 or 2 hurricanes a year. If we're lucky,
which
we
are
don't get
which
hit
are
by a
getting
hurricane,
progressively
which
worse
we're
and
not
worse.
lucky. Which are getting progressively worse and worse and worse. It's not like we're having more hurricanes, but what the data is showing is that we're going to have larger hurricanes more often. And so like we've been really lucky this year. Turns out all the hurricanes wanted to go to Louisiana. Unfortunately,
It was their turn.
I went to Louisiana, but yeah, apparently it was their turn. We've actually been pretty good for the last couple of years. Our last big one was like, I don't know, a couple of years ago. It was really bad though. But we get like billions of dollars in federal funds every time it happens.
Of course you do. You
just like exploit it.
You welfare queens.
No, literally, like people just exploit it, and like how these people got here to begin with is absolutely disgusting. Like you'll see people get like second mortgages up in like the Northeast and these places where the like home values are like dramatically higher than what they are like down here. They'll get that. They'll come down here. They'll build 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 plus square foot McMansions in these like brand new suburbs that are going up on thousands of acres of what used to be wetlands.
Yep.
And what they're doing is they're paying it off entirely with the funds from the second mortgage, and then they're allowing the bank to foreclose on their other property after they die, and they pass off the new property to their heirs at basically just the cost of tax. It's a huge scheme. I'm pretty sure it's actually illegal.
But it's only illegal if you get caught and prosecuted for it.
Nailed it.
Cat is an it says an uncomfortable reality for these wokelets. These people. Wokelets is that we just have to break bread with these reactionary Southerners if we want to do anything about it. If we want to do anything substantial about it, no way around it. See, this is
true.
This is the thing, though.
It's not hard to bring them over on these.
Southerners.
What I was ultimately wrapping it up was that like, we've always had problems in these areas, and like people aren't actually doing anything about it. So if you start hitting them with actual local statistics that matter to them, about local issues that matter to them, and you propose local solutions for those like local statistics, you can actually talk to these people and like pull them over on left economic ideas, even without them realizing it. Because most of them aren't actually like that political to begin with. They're generally apolitical and just like vote along like family lines, basically.
Well,
so it's not hard to actually reach
what I've found over and over and over again is, one, the bane of my existence is talking to a liberal. I will talk to. I will share more common ground with somebody over on the right than I ever will with a liberal. Like this is the thing, and like you said, there's so much common ground to be had with this sort of deeply red region. You just have to approach it correctly. And also, one of the things that I hammer all the time, because solidarity is, okay, you want to know how we move forward? It's called solidarity. Like, we need to start getting each other's backs. We're getting fucked by a small percentage, and the only reason we're getting fucked by them is because we keep screwing each other over. Like we're infighting and we're eating our own rather than joining in a sort of solidarity and, you know, fighting for and with each other. And so I talk about empathy a lot from a psychological perspective and how empathy works and how it works depth and distance. So, you know, how deeply do you feel the empathy and at what distance? And then you end up in the circles of empathy concept. And, you know, what you're talking about is oftentimes people who have a circle of empathy that doesn't extend outside their region. And you're exploiting that by localizing the topic for them. And that way they can actually feel it now.
Yep. Because like I said, like 56% of renters, 34% of homeowners. That's meaningful. And like the poorest parts of the county are the most rural parts of the county, almost in all instances. It's like the rural parts of the county in like a specific county district. That shocker.
I was
because of systemic racism.
I was reading a whole series of psychological studies the other day, based on looking into people voting or choosing, making distinctions and making choices against their own best interests, and what phenomenon lead up to that position and how that happens. And generally speaking, it really does boil down to a really simple concept: ignorance and fear. There's a whole host of complex psychophysiological effects within the amygdala and stress hormonal responses and learned responses over a lifetime. But if you really want to boil it all down, you end up with ignorance and fear. And you can fix that. Like there are ways to breach that and to, you know, cross that bridge, but it's not always easy. It's not always simple. And a lot of times it does take some face-to-face time.
True. I spend a lot of my times like in local politics, actively going to the county council and the city council and the county planning and zoning, the city planning and zoning. And honestly, if I could get one message out there at all on anyone's platform, it is to encourage more progressives to get more local. Like down
ticket is the only place that really will matter to you in the end.
Legitimately, like screw talking to your congressman, screw talking to your senator. I mean, like, do it if you can. That's fucking based. But like, ultimately, it's probably not going to get you anywhere. I used to work for a political call center, and I can tell you that they're really not listening.
No, of course not.
But at a local level, they actually listen.
Well, you can get a hold of them at a local level.
Yeah, you can get a hold of them at it. Like, you can call them. Like,
you could show up at their office.
Like my county counselors, yeah, you could show up at their freaking office. Like my county counselor though has his like cell phone information out there. Like I can call that dude on his cell phone.
Nice.
Like I can like directly email him.
I saw what you said, Bob.
Right, and like it's really crazy to me. And like literally when I go to a county council meeting, you'd be lucky. And I'm in an area, and it's not a huge area, but there's like 400,000 people that live here. And like at a county council meeting, you'll get like the same like 30, 50 people that show up that
Oh, yeah.
actually are there. And like you get the same like few hundred people online that actually pay attention to things, to the tune where like one of our county councilors was actually freaking out in one of our county council meetings about like 6 people emailing him. Literally 6 emails. Like,
So here's
what?
here's something you'll appreciate. Oh, actually, let me chat management. Nonsense. I see this thing too when they talk themselves out of solutions for what they purport as intellectual reasons. "Quote unquote Dems do that same bullshit in real life for non-political problems. It's so fucked." And Kat saying libsoc and anarchists could hijack the states' rights conversation so easily.
True.
Now
That is my goal.
you will appreciate this. Based on what I've learned from your actual personal praxis. Town hall meetings and town hall votes are still a thing in Vermont. Coming from that state, there's a whole host of stuff we do right in Vermont. There's a few things
That's fucking dope.
that you literally the whole fucking town will show up at the goddamn like at the rec center or at the church or wherever they hold the meeting, and they will hold a hand count vote for things if you're trying to change something in town. Like there's all these small hamlets and villages all across Vermont. I grew up in one of them. It didn't even qualify as a village. It was so fucking small. And you do that. They hold town hall meetings like for real still.
That's so based. It's basically my king.
Yeah, I based on what you were, what you were saying, I was like, he's gonna love this. Nonsense saying after Trump got elected, our GOP congressman started hiding from us. He's in Kansas. Yeah.
I mean, fair.
No, it's I often encourage that down ticket stuff. Like, who's going to protect you from the federal and the state overreach? It's going to be your municipality. It's going to be your county. It's going to be something like that. And so, I mean, it's also the area in which you have the most direct input and direct access. And so you might as well figure it the fuck out.
Yeah, no, me and a handful of others in my area, after hurricanes, for example, we'll go out on the rivers and we'll look at like the way that things are being handled. For instance, we had a power plant that was closing down at one point, and during the cleanup process, they still had all these coal ash ponds and everything like that were they were still in the process of cleaning up. We get hit by a major flood. It floods the river. The berms holding back these coal ash ponds almost break.
Fucking those coal ash ponds are such a nightmare.
And that would pollute the waterway for our entire area. So we got in kayaks, we floated downstream, and we checked up on the berms to make sure that they were good. We're walking around on the property and everything like that. And basically the problem is that the company was just trying to dip out and leave those there.
Of course they were.
And not actively. Right. And so we took pictures and everything like that. We posted them around. We stirred up a whole bunch of hubbub about it. We a friend of mine has created a local Facebook group, and she's done amazing things with it about bringing attention to the way that our lack of leadership at a county level is affecting flooding for hundreds of thousands of people, and actively costing billions of dollars to the national economy, and has raised a whole lot of essentially just hubbub about and energy about doing something about this problem, to the tune that it has scared the developers and it has scared the bigwigs in our area so much that they actively put together a $2 million think tank in order to demonize us at a local level.
Nice.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you're doing good work when that happens.
When you make them spend that much money.
Yeah. I actively envy you because presently I'm in Las Vegas, and there's nothing I can do here. There's nothing I can do here. This place is so corrupt and so rigged for long before I showed up on the scene. There is not going to be an anarchist uprising in Las Vegas. Trust me. but you know, I missed that sort of like local politics sort of thing. Recently, I mentioned it on the Discord server. I was doing my early ballot because Nevada passed a law during COVID, pushed through by our governor, that basically everybody, it's just universal mail-in ballots now. Like everybody just receives a fucking ballot. If you want to drop it in the mail, if you want to turn it in, or if you want to surrender it at a polling place, it doesn't matter, but you're all just getting ballots in the mail. I was going through and, you know, I do my due diligence. Like I do not put a fucking circle next to your name unless I know who you are. And so I was going through the list and we had 92 judges on our ballot this time. And I noticed a very disturbing trend very quickly. Approximately 30% of the judges had undergraduate degrees in business administration. One of the 92 judges had what I deemed an appropriate undergraduate degree in sociology from UCLA. She,
Shocker.
yeah, of course, went on to do her Juris Doctorate and, you know, did her legal qualifications and, you know, she got the vote. But I mean, I'm going through this list. I'm like, these are the people who will be making, you know, family court, criminal court, civil. These are the people that will be impacting this community, probably the largest on a day-to-day basis as far as decision making goes. And basically, no one knows who these people are. Most of the people who are going to vote for these people are just going to randomly circle names as they go through this ticket, if they even fill in circles at all, right? And, you know,
True. They're just gonna vote down party lines. Like,
well,
if
they're
whoever-
all
like,
judges are all nonpartisan listed in Nevada.
got you.
So they're all just listed as NP. They don't get to list a Democrat, Republican, or independent affiliation. Though a little bit of digging can find that out for you. And I mean, I
It
do
is
that.
the internet.
Yeah, I do that digging. I spent the better part of a day across 2 days, you know, looking into this giant fucking list of judges. And, you know, fucking Law and Order, former prosecutor, former deputy state attorney general. Like, well, you're back of the line. Fuck all you. You know, anybody who had public defender experience, a large pro bono caseload, you know, front of the list sort of stuff. But, you know, yeah, it was enlightening, to say the least, that legitimately 30 judges that are up for 6-year term elections in the Las Vegas Valley had business degrees as their foundational, education. I'm like, that's basically, that tells me all I need to know about the legal system in this country. But my community knows. We've talked about it extensively. My stepfather was a judge, amongst many other things, but my stepfather was a judge for a time. And so I have insight into this arena to start with, and it's disturbing to say the very least. You don't even need to be a lawyer to be a judge. You don't have to have a law degree in a lot of states.
Most of our judges here, I believe, are magistrates, and those are like appointed by like a judge.
There you go. So, I mean, that's, yeah.
9 times out of 10, if you go before a judge in South Carolina, it's probably not an actual like judge.
Yeah. They have no actual
like
academic understanding of the law, and yet they are rendering judgments of the within the legal system.
Yeah.
And so, it was, and of course we had to vote for a regent this year as well. Actually, there was 2 regents up. And so one of them, like, I was like, oh, one of them's like a bald white dude that straight up looked like he was out of a neo-Nazi like ad. Like, it was like, oh, this is like Stormfront basically given form. And he was up against this Indian individual, Sandeep. And I was like, oh, fuck, we could probably shake it up. I look into their policies and their backgrounds. I'm like, I'm so sorry for judging your appearance, my friend. Fucking Sandeep is deep Republican, and his policy is let's balance the academic budget by cutting all of the budgets. And I'm like, oof. Oh, Jesus Christ, Sandeep, what are you doing to me here? You know, like,
oof.
Yeah, like
I advocate really hard at a local level on raising taxes and getting conservatives over on it. It's fucking my favorite thing to do, probably.
That's not an easy one to do.
1% raising our retail tax gets us like something like 120, 130 million dollars annually at a local
you go.
level. Bruh.
Yep. It's, I mean, I don't understand a lot of the math arguments. Like this is the thing. This is how you know Americans do not have a solid grasp of math. That, you know, the fact that we're having to have the healthcare conversation on a regular basis, like how do you not understand how Costco and Sam's Club works? Like this is the conversation at its core. Like you're shopping at like the local supermarket, and what we want to set up is a Costco for healthcare. Like, you know why it's so cheap at the Costco and the Sam's Club? It's because of bulk wholesale purchasing. Like, what part of 330 million, you know, people on this don't you understand? 280 probably paying into it on, you know, rough estimate. But this is just basic economics of scale territory. Like, why are we having to have this conversation on a regular basis? If we elevate tax rates in this category alone, you know, on people who are making over $500,000 and people who are making over $1 million and people who have, you know, states that are worth X amount of money, we could be raising trillions of dollars. And meanwhile, their broke ass is like, you know, it's always the embarrassed millionaire syndrome. I know it. Like we've been propagandized so effectively into hyper individualism and this dreamlike aspiration state.
Yeah, no, I mean, the temporarily depressed potential American billionaire is basically a meme around the world.
Yeah.
It's just like people are like, no, don't do anything that would affect the billionaires because one day it might be me.
Yeah, sure. Good luck with that. Oh, and guys that are listening from the community, we got the Gay and Jana emote approved. I just used it in chat, but I noticed we got it approved. It made it through. I'm surprised they didn't flag that one, but we got it. So it's we had a it's born of an insane conversation that we had with a Wahhabist, as in Muslim Wahhabi, as in the Saudi royal family. Oh, I know, Mitre. I'll see what I can do about it. Like, if we can get the subs to a certain point, then I can put it into the tier 1 category, and then it can be purchased with Soros bucks. That's what the channel points are called. I called them Soros bucks. So we can move it down. It was born of this insane conversation with this guy who came into chat one night and claimed to be a leftist Wahhabist. So we were just immediately...
That is a claim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We were... Let's just say press X to doubt was definitely a thing. And so... It ended up at one point in the conversation, of course, I'm gay. And he, and Kat fucking is a bunch of stuff. Kat's got like the winning hand in identity politics, basically. And so we start asking him about, you know, all of these sorts of things. And he said, well, as long as you don't give in to your tendencies and you accept Islam and you follow the practices prescribed, then you too can make it into Jannah. And it's their version of heaven, Jannah. And so at a certain point, it just sort of clicked for me. He said, you know, I was like, wait a second. What if I do all of this? Let's say theoretically, yes, I am now Muslim. I do the whole fucking thing. And I never give in to my tendencies. I remember that so clearly. And I make it into heaven. Heaven. Can I have gay sex in heaven? And he said, yes. We lost our minds. We're like, wait a second. So what you're telling me?
Wait, now what? Like, you can't do it on Earth, but
yeah. What you're telling me is that there's like some hot Muslim gay sex going on in heaven, and he's like, well, there is no sin in heaven. Therefore, anything you wish to do, you can do there. And so we're like Gay and Jana. And we just started laughing our asses off. So the gay and Janet emote is the gay pride flag with the pink triangle and then the star and crescent of the of Islam on it.
Amazing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was an interesting night. Let's just say that conversation was yeah. It was funny, to say the very least. And yeah, he claimed to be a leftist and a Wahhabist. And like out of the gate, we were like, we're pretty sure those two are mutually exclusive. No, exactly, lady. They don't work together. And we tried to get him across that line. We tried to get him to like admit it. But I mean, good luck. That's somebody living in a near delusionary state.
Bruh.
Yeah. So yeah, we have the gay and Janet emote. We've got it. We got the emoji on the Discord server as well. But yeah, I sent it up for approval on Twitch, and they approved it. I wasn't sure if they'd let that one through or not. But yeah.
It's fucking wholesome.
Let's see, what do we got? Lady Rain saying, I'm a pansexual, poly, transgender, Native American, disabled veteran. Checks all the id poll boxes. Let's see, what could you check in addition to that though? There's got to be something, but I don't do id poll, so I'm just a boring old gay dude with a disability.
Trans rights, fuck yeah.
Here's the thing. Like, I've done this before. I've gotten into this with like people before. Like, I legitimately don't care. Like, I legitimately don't care. Like, here's the thing. All I care is that you're a fellow being in existence, and I want you to not suffer, and I want you to have the best possible life that we can maybe arrange. And that's where I start and stop. Like, I really don't care beyond that. And that's sort of, I don't have any energy for it, quite frankly. Like, there's too many groups. We need to start like understanding how solidarity works and be like, what's your thing? Well, I'm this. Okay, cool. Whatever. You're in the group too. Yeah. Well, you're in the group too. Well, but about me, you're in too, motherfucker. Get over here and fight. Like, we're in this together. I really don't care what your deal is. I will go to bat for you. I will defend it if anybody comes at you about it. But, don't make it a thing, because we're trying to build as big a tent as possible. And if we can get that tent built...
I could feel it, but I agree with Raincloud in that we got to try to avoid being reductionist or...
It's not reductionism. It's just stop internalizing the divisionary lines that the oppressors have set forth. That's what it's about. And unfortunately, there's a line between this is me and I want it recognized, and then there's a line between you're separating yourself from potential allies. And unfortunately, that line is too vague and crossed too readily these days. And I want people to actually come together, and you see them creating artificial divisions unnecessarily where there's already too many artificial divisions created. See, this is the thing. I mean, when it comes to cishet white dudes, I don't want allies. Alliances can change. You're going to need some on team. Like,
I think it's important not to try to alienate someone, but I think it's also just as equally important to recognize and validate people where necessary.
Again, recognize and validate.
It is very necessary in order to validate them to sort of play ball.
Again, recognize and validate, but that right there is what I'm talking about. Is I don't want. That cat, something that makes me uncomfortable is this woke segregationism. Say again?
Like the division is mostly going to be with like people that are like you said, it gets back down to like ignorance and fear, and ultimately like you can address those things while still making every strive to actively validate and you know what I'm saying, like accept people for whatever like label they want to put on themselves. That's
Again,
up to
and that's
them.
exactly what I expressed. Is I don't care what your thing is. I will validate it. I will fight for it. I will come to bat for you over it. But don't let it be a thing that you use as a segregationist, a divisionary line. And unfortunately, we see that too often on the left. This is part of the leftist infighting.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I have seen stuff like that come out of like I still consider myself like to be a proponent of intersectionality, but I have seen some really bad intersectional takes that are something along those lines.
You end up in that territory of, you know, an us versus them mentality very easily when you.
It is very easily done.
And I'm very tentative to engage in that sort of thing, and I would much rather build the big tent and say all are welcome. I'm not going to discriminate against you. I'm going to fight for you, that sort of thing. Taco, phone is 4%. If I talk again, it will die. Of course I'm using privilege in my speaking. There's no way for me not to use privilege in my speaking, but at least I'm using the privilege for something valuable, for something that can potentially make change and push towards progress. There's no way for me to surrender that privilege. There's no way for me to get rid of it. It's not mine to get rid of. It's bestowed upon me by a system much larger than myself. And so I might as well use it a bit. You're doing the same thing. This is what I'm talking about, leftist infighting. This is how it goes down all the time.
So I have a practical approach for this and what we can do about it in general. And it's kind of a good segue out of this and into a topic we were kind of previously touching on. My question would be, in general to anyone, is when we're talking about an arbitrary system of us versus them, say racism, when we're talking about like systemic racism, specifically talking about systemic racism and making a distinction here between something that is systemic and systematic. So when we're talking about systemic racism or systemic prejudice at any national level, my question is, how do you do something about one arbitrary system of us versus them from within the confines of a larger comparable system of us versus them? And so like this is one of the things that actually pushes me towards advocating for something like a global federal system, because in my opinion, global problems require global solutions and systemic problems require systemic solutions. And if you think about it, something like systemic racism here at a national level in the US is itself part of a larger systemic issue with prejudice in the world that is nationalism. And this is why I like to say that nationalism is inherently racist. Well, part of the reason why I say that, that's kind of another discussion, but like ultimately, like I'm going to go off that for a second. Nationalism is a bit inherently racist in the sense that it is literally a system of us versus them that uses kind of a historical understanding of the term race, and whereby we used to use race to determine someone, distinguish between people's religion and essentially like geographic origin and geographic and cultural
Yeah,
origins.
because I mean the Irish weren't white for a while.
So like if you go back like 400, 500 years and you're looking in like what would become like the modern UK, right? If you're looking in like Britain back then and you're talking about like French people would be essentially a different race. And this is like got a lot to do with the proliferation of communication and our relative ability to communicate outside of our traditional cultural norms. At that point, language was the big barrier. Only the like nobility really spoke French in England at the time, so they're like worlds away. So what I like to propose is that in order to actually do something about something like systemic racism at any national level, you actually need to address it at a global level. And there's some good works on this talking about race and racism and institutional racism and how that like plays out at a national level. And the data seems to suggest that if you actually want to do anything about these sorts of systemic issues, these various racisms, because we have to understand that there is no one definition of race, there is no one definition of racism. There is multiple versions of racism. There is color racism. There is like a nationalist based racism. There is cultural racism in terms of like anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and then there's like things like xenophobia, stuff like that. In order to address any of these, you actually kind of have to address all of them. And like, I don't mean for this to sound like a reductionist take either, but I do believe that in order to actually do something about this, like the systemic problem at any of the various national levels, you actually have to address the larger systemic issue at a global level that systemic national level issue takes part in.
What do you do in the meantime?
What do I do in the meantime?
Yeah, because let's be realist, right, for a moment.
What do you mean, like, in the meantime?
Well, okay, so that global system is not happening in our lifetime, right? Realistically.
Probably not.
Okay.
Though there is some good arguments to be talked about from like a geopolitical standpoint about things that could push us there in the next coming decades, because there is very real issues on hand whether we're talking about things like mounting tensions with China over something like Taiwan, or if we're talking about things like Russia and their involvement in Crimea, or various like potential nuclear spats between smaller neighboring countries around the world. Like you have like Pakistan and India. You have
I gotta tell
growing
you,
conflicts.
Pakistan
in
and India has freaked me out for years.
You have growing conflicts in places like Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, with over the Central Asian Valley of the Fergana Valley, and how that's basically, I'm sorry if you have any Stalin apologists in your chat, but that's essentially a international crisis that has been handcrafted on the behalf of our great Soviet leader. Due to his paranoia, he decided that essentially that Central Asia had to have something put in place to basically keep them from organizing in a way that could threaten power. And it's a handcrafted border that basically like creates tension between Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. There's all sorts of these issues around the world that have the actual potential of going into like nuclear conflict. And basically as a result of these proxy wars, and as a result of larger global tensions between the world superpowers of like Russia, China, the EU, the US, and specifically like Taiwan's fucking terrifying. And ultimately, because of things like this, we are essentially in another Cold War. And as a result, there's really only two outcomes of a Cold War when we're talking about in a nuclear age, and that is either nuclear annihilation or increased global negotiations, increased international negotiations. I think that ultimately for everyone's benefit, because logistically it doesn't benefit anyone to engage in nuclear war, that we will probably push towards increasing our relative levels of international negotiations around the world.
Well, based on the Marines' 2030 purchasing program that I've been keeping track of, they're arming themselves for South China Sea engagements.
Yeah, no, straight up, the South China Sea situation is terrifying, and like it's essentially, for anyone in your chat that really doesn't like follow any of this, basically like Taiwan is like situated in like a critical point in the Pacific Ocean, where like it's in the US's and it's in Western powers' best interest.
I think right now like 1/3 of chat actually lives in that region.
That's amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's very dodgy about what could actually happen as a result of China seeing Taiwan as part of China.
And I mean,
we being able to actually
I mean, we arm Taiwan all the time too, so
Right, because it's in our best interest, but at the same
Proxy
time, we
war.
also can't like officially get on the books
Yeah.
and like support Taiwan because that could be what like triggers Beijing into actually like you know what I'm saying like ramping things up, which
We're all already doing. Like that's
is
the
what we're like afraid of. Dude, the trade war with China, if that's what you were about to refer to, is
no.
like
I'm talking about
Okay.
actual military ramping in the region.
oh yeah. Yeah.
We've moved
With
battle
the
carrier.
various islands
We've
throughout
moved
the-
2 battle carrier groups there within the last year. We've sold $800 million worth of high-tech missile systems to Australia. We rearmed Taiwan with a number of missile systems as well. Yeah,
all
we're
of that's terrifying, but also a little bit necessary. But it's absolutely terrifying.
oh yeah, well, I mean, you know, call it necessary, call it whatever. But I mean, you know, you stockpile enough weapons into a region, things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we're still like because we don't have an overarching system that like kind of like helps to regulate what happens at a national level. You do kind of have to find some sort of balance of powers. The China's got its whole Belt and Road Initiative thing. The reason I thought we were going into trade and everything like that is because of just like what you said. Like I kind of harp on this a lot when I'm talking to like conservatives, and that like they talk about like how the trade war somehow helps us and everything. I'm like, hey, first off, it doesn't. I'm coming from a rural South Carolina area. We grow soybeans. We used to grow soybeans at least.
Fucking-
We stopped growing soybeans because the number one people that we sell our soybeans to are Chinese people. And turns out they're not buying our soybeans anymore because they're buying from Russia. So it actively hurts our farmers, especially our smaller farmers.
In Brazil to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, ultimately they just stopped importing as many soybeans from us and started like importing them from elsewhere. But ultimately, like, what's also happening is like because of our trade war with China and because of like increased trade tensions between the U.S. and the EU, and because of like the simultaneously what's happening with China's Belt and Road Initiative, we're actually actively pushing our historically some of our closest allies economically, militarily, politically, etc., away from us and towards China.
Yep.
So we're actively setting ourselves up to no longer be an economic superpower, or as much as an economic superpower in the Afro-Eurasian region and around the world as a whole, because we're allowing China to come back in and subsume its previous role of economic superpower.
That's what I was looking for. If anyone wants to read, it's called Force Design 2030, and it's literally a document signed on by the Marine Corps Commandant. What's his fucking name these days? Like who's actually the Marine Corps Commandant? David Berger was at the time. I don't know if Trump's fucking cycled him out yet or not. But yeah, there was a shift in purchasing programs for the Marine Corps away from desert armaments and materials that would be used in the Middle East, and there was a marked increase in materials and weapon systems that would be used in the South Pacific Asian theater, and people noticed. It was like, oh,
sketch.
Like that's we just sent a couple battle carrier groups there. There's constant antagonism within the region, and now the Marine Corps is fucking arming themselves for battle in the Southeast Asian Pacific theater. Oh,
I mean, true, but you gotta also keep in mind that like it's basically their job over there, like those guys' job to keep themselves ready.
Well, but that's the point, is they're not getting ready for Africa.
No, but they're not like they're getting ready for that area for a reason. And it's like it's not to say that like we're going to be driven to an actual war or that like war will actually break out. This is why I'm actively trying to push for something that would result in increased, like international negotiations. I want more people to like talk about this so that it becomes more of a talking point in general.
I would,
not that I actually have any sort of influence.
Yeah,
but,
see, that's the thing. So we could talk about it, but the fact of the matter is there is also a pragmatic approach.
Yeah,
that we have to accept as just beings existing in a realistic, objective reality. that
True.
you know.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so like we got to get more of the people in the public to like actively talk about it, because we don't have any other sort of actual input. Like we can actually influence things through like voice on the internet, because that's the whole like glory of communication and everything. But ultimately, like, things are going to kind of play out how they're going to play out.
Yeah, they're
And the reason that we're like ramping that stuff up is because of things like, for example, like China's so-called like century of humiliation coming to a close, and that probably driving them towards increasing like tensions in Taiwan, which again could result in that. But like, it's kind of like, does China really want war with the U.S.? Like, maybe, probably not though. I don't really see that being good for anyone.
I see in this
ultimately what
coming
it'll probably
from
be is international negotiations.
coming from a technologist point of view, by the way, I do take contention with the idea of a Cold War. From a technologist point of view, it's been a hot war for 25 years.
I can feel that. Like, so yeah, like I would add that that's part of what I'm talking about, and I don't mean to say it's like we're in an exact like replica of like the last.
Yeah, no,
Cold War and what we
I
think
know,
about
but
the
I
Cold
like
War,
to add
but
that distinction coming from
yeah,
that realm.
I'm glad you did that.
That like we're, as far as cyber dynamics and cyber warfare goes, we are at war every single moment of every single day and have been for over 2 decades easily. And I have the heat maps of internet attacks. I've spent a stream with like 5 different heat maps on the screen one time. So people can see the real-time attacks that are happening between the major powers of the globe in real time. And I mean, you look to just recently, Microsoft just shut down a whole Russian botnet that was poised to attack the election systems. And so this is, from an electronic point of view, it's full hot and has been for ages. And I would argue that maybe the era of militaristic conflict between the superpowers or the major powers has actually passed. That maybe that is a lot of saber rattling and a lot of jobs programs on certain fronts.
Have you ever heard of a historian named Yuval Noah Harari?
No. No.
He wrote *Sapiens* and *Homo Deus*, and he actually kind of talks about this a good bit. That like we're probably in, like, the way he puts it is, we're probably entering an era of like post-war. We're probably like beyond war at this point, in the sense that we're probably beyond like what we traditionally think of as war. Not like beyond it, but like headed there. And I think what you're talking about alludes to that, and that like the nature of warfare is ultimately like.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. Algorithms, big data becomes the traditional paradigm. Yeah, I just looking at a quick synopsis of this, I think I'd probably agree with him. Probably wholesale based on some of it.
Oh, it's amazing. Both those books I just mentioned. He actually 3 books: *Sapiens*, *Homo Deus*, and then 12 Lessons for the 21st Century. He's a PhD historian out of Israel, and it's really fucking good reads. Highly recommend it to anyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna give *Homo Deus* a look-see. I like
that one's great. *Sapiens* is kind of my bread and butter. Being really interested in like anthropology and like really large scale history. *Sapiens* is basically a general synopsis of human history, stretching back roughly.
Yeah, I see his
million years
thematic titling: A Brief History of Humankind, A Brief History of Tomorrow, A Brief History. Yep. I see his thematic titling.
Yep, it's good. He's a good writer.
Yeah, humanism, individualism, transhumanism, mortality. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that *Homo Deus*. I'll throw that on the list. Yeah, because I do think I've thought that for a while. That congratulations, you got auto modded. I have thought that for a while, that the conversation, whatever your last message, it got auto modded. I do think the conversation surrounding the sort of current state of saber rattling Cold War doesn't take into account the modern era of electronic warfare more often than not. And when you do factor that in, what you find is it's not a Cold War. The Chinese have, launched multiple successful attacks, both at the corporate and governmental level. There's several thousand attempted entry gains on the various Pentagon networks every day. You look at the ballistic missile chips that had a backdoor that was found a few years ago. You look at, the manufacturing processes and the corporate espionage and the theft of military intelligence at those levels, and you start, you look at it was likely Israel and us and the attack on the Iranian uranium processing facility was that Bush era, where they spun the centrifuges so fast that they exploded. That was, most likely a Mossad planted virus, but it probably had NSA origins. That's a hot war, and it's electronic, and it's here. And so I think that that has to have a seat at the table when people are discussing, like, oh, well, if we maintain and have a discussion, we're already actually engaged in war. It's just a matter of, as Yuval here seems to state, that it's just taken on a new form, and that form isn't necessarily as noticeable as a full-blown nuclear war.
True. But that's not to rule nuclear war out.
No, it's always, got to keep it in the back pocket.
Nuclear war is kind of what pushed us there, is because you can't, that doesn't work for any.
And also this kind of warfare is super useful for, shall we say, ruling classes.
Oh yeah.
Because it's less disruptive to day-to-day life, and you can get away with it more often than not.
Your markets are more stable.
Yes. And so,
markets.
Yeah, I there's definitely that aspect that has to be addressed, that you're like, oh, okay, so how prevalent is this? And that's the thing, is you and I will never actually, once upon a time, I had a certain level of access. I don't know if anything, well, it's been, God damn it, I don't know if I'm allowed to even talk about that. I have signed paperwork in my lifetime. Let's just put it that way. Like, that's, I'm starting to think about it. I'm like, I don't know if any of that has a time clause on it or not, to be perfectly honest. But I have seen the inside of certain governmental systems at a certain point in my life. Right. And it, we wouldn't be made aware unless a nuclear reactor explodes. That's the sort of stuff that just never makes it to the light of day, because it's so easy to sit on. And, was it the recent Chinese announcement about their missile systems on their newest ship that they just launched? How they could, the missile systems on there could destroy low Earth orbit satellites. And people were like, okay, so two things. One, it could be Chinese propaganda. It just could be just straight up Chinese propaganda. Or two, they've been stealing our missile tech for years.
True. And
we know we have them. So if we have them, Russia probably has them, and China just announced they have them. So, we are in that sort of state of very much, like you said, militaristic, how do I want to put this? Physically, militaristically Cold War, right? I think that's how I sort of want to differentiate it, because electronically we're in a hot war. But as far as the, physical dimension of war goes, we are in a sort of constant state of,
it's like a quasi Cold War,
it's
and I'd say that the reason why I kind of say Cold War is because it's not necessarily between the major superpowers and like a direct level as it is like carried out through like proxy conflicts throughout the world.
Dude,
rather,
did you
in like regions like Ukraine or I'm saying like the like all throughout the world. Basically.
Did you follow that little mini proxy that happened? Armenia.
No, I didn't. I caught a little bit of it.
Yeah, it was a nice little mini proxy going on with Turkey and Russia, and fucking, it was like, what the fuck, guys?
I mean, ultimately, that's what's going on with Crimea is a proxy between Turkey and Russia.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
Like
it
that, like,
spilled over
Crimea
into another region.
control and like how to essentially Crimea is like how you put influence on what is it, the Black Sea that it's in?
Yes. Yeah, because that is the only port of access for Russia. They would be otherwise locked off from a whole host of militaristic and economic, strategic valuations.
There's a good web series on this called The Putin Files that a number of them kind of talk about this, and that like it's not just like territorial control either. It's kind of just like flexing what the Kremlin can do, and like using like the invasion of like Ukraine and influences in Ukraine as like basically like a tester for what they could like what they can do and how they can do in their own like internally. It's a way of like keeping Putin like as that much more of like a strong man. There's all sorts of shit going on around the world though. Like if you want to like look, you can talk about things like Ethiopia and Egypt, and it's the same thing. Or if you want to look at in between like Iran and Saudi Arabia, it's kind of the same thing.
Iran is one of my favorites, just because I got to know a couple of Iranians fairly well a few years back, and it was just like, oh, it just sort of opened my eyes to a whole section of the world that you very impenetrable to a certain degree. And I spent a weekend fucking with two of them up in Zion. Even we went camping, and just conversations about what is it, brass tacks, like on the ground. What's it like? Because it's so difficult to penetrate those layers of propaganda and misinformation and disinformation. And the gentleman that. Primary gentleman that I was up there with, he worked in the computer science department at UNLV, and he escaped. Like, he was one of those. Like, he escaped, and he pulls out his guitar at one point and starts playing, and it's fucking gorgeous. And I started talking to him about it, and he says, I had to. My teacher who taught me how to play guitar, we had to do this in secret, because the style of guitar playing that he taught me was not appropriate. And, I was like, oh, okay. Like, it's gotten to that point. Let's see. Ooh, okay, cool. I'll read that in a bit. And he escaped. Like, he crossed large distances of land on foot to, cross a neighboring border, and did that sort of thing. And it was an interesting, sort of thing. The woman, the woman that it was also with him, who spoke very little English. We used Google Translate a whole bunch, so I could communicate with, hey, yeah, right. What's up? What's up, UK contingent? She won a lottery. She won the green card lottery. And so that's how she got here. And it was, it was just this fascinating moment of insight for somebody who doesn't get to look into that world very much. That it's like, oh, wow. And of course, he was older. He remembered the sort of pre-CIA coup era of Iran to a certain extent. He was young, but he remembered his parents talking about it and that sort of thing, and how once upon a time it wasn't the shit-tastrophe that it presently is, because again, we did what we do. You know, we went in and installed a dictatorship because oil rights and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I saw a recent thing recently where some conservatives were trying to meme in a rather poor fashion, where they were trying to point to, I guess apparently like Iran had like something like $1 billion like loan from like Saudi Arabia or some shit like that, and they replaced it with like $1 billion loan from China. And then honestly, I've never corroborated this, but like they're like, why would they do this? This makes no sense. And it's like honestly, it makes a fucking lot of sense. Like Saudi Arabia is backed by the U.S. Iran wants to get in on that Belt and Road Initiative.
$400 billion.
Right. You get what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah.
like why wouldn't they?
Yeah. And I mean, let's face it, that's the Belt and Road Initiative is imperialism 101 territory, right? Like this is
it's imperialism for the 21st century.
Yeah. And
like 100%.
yeah, and so it's a $400 billion deal that they struck.
Yeah. So there you go. Like I was just going off of some conservative trying to meme and just like talking about like the idea, like that's crazy. But it still makes sense though.
No, I agree. It's 100% perfectly logical that from a geopolitics point of view that they would pivot and reposition.
Yeah, especially with like the strikes, like the ramping tension between Iran and the U.S. Like makes 100% sense to me.
But I hear there's some really good leftist Wahhabists.
That is a word. Those are words that you could put together.
Those are words. Yep, I like that. Those are words that you can put together.
It is a stance. Look, I appreciate you so much for having me on.
It's been fun.
You've turned a 6-hour stream over here into a 7.5-hour stream.
I was gonna say, did we hit 8 for you? Get a full work day in?
I would love to come back on in the future and talk more about things like when I'm not brain dead.
Oh, I feel you. You hit that fucking long stream and you're just like, I don't know anymore.
Right, basically, I'm just like, I don't know, something about that. I'm also ADHD and long-winded, so I tend to like forget what I'm talking about halfway through talking about it anyways.
Yeah.
Add in 7 hours of streaming, and I don't know what I'm fucking doing right now.
No worries.
I'd love to come back and talk more about things like global federalism if you want, or even like what we're talking about, like leftist infighting, and like how to actually like overcome trends of leftist infighting and get people more praxis focused.
By all means,
because
I'm
that's
on
what we really need.
I'm on
less
5 days a
theory,
week.
more praxis.
So, yeah, you're East Coast, so you're 3 hours ahead of me no matter what. I'm 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday. I do an overnight show for because I have a heavy contingent of overseas people. Right now is like early morning for her sort of thing. I see I just got overrode by a mod. Jesus Christ. So either way, Tom, you're always welcome back.
Heck yeah, man. It was definitely good to talk. And let us do more of this in the future.
All right, man.
I am going to retreat.
Have a good sleep.
And sleep. Thanks for
all right, man. Catch you later.
Message in Discord and we can organize something.
All right. Cool.
Later.
All right. Let's see. Let me kill that. 4 a.m. No, but there's Turkey, there's UK, there's Germany, there's Australia. Like, in no way was I alluding to your weight. Yeah, right. That was Tom from. Hang on. Let's give Tom another shout out here. There's Tom. Sleep well, Tom. All right. Let's, I thought I bum clicked a ban. My bad. No, you didn't. I did it. Yeah, I that final message annoyed me. Let's just put it that way. That final message about I thought this was a safe space, but clearly it isn't, and you know, that sort of thing. No, I'm not building a safe space. If you can't handle engaging in the dialectic, if you can't handle actually receiving criticism, and you sort of shut down and start throwing like attacks immediately, and you start pulling that, you know, you're speaking with privilege sort of stuff, and you can't handle the criticisms that justly come your way, and you're unable to engage on that level, then no, this isn't the place for you. It's not. And so rather than, you know, have that return, I just clicked the button. Yeah, I'm willing to make accommodations, but if you can't handle the if you can't handle engaging, then whatever. I'm, you know, yeah. And I mean, let's face it, out of that entire conversation, only one person got auto-modded. Only one person managed to flag auto-mod. And it wasn't any of y'all. So you can from chat, but I can hard ban it. Yeah. I can go into my account settings and make sure that person doesn't come back. That was it was a really productive conversation. It was nice speaking with somebody with historical context, and you're a petite bourgeois. Yes, you are, basically. With the historical context and local praxis, and that was I really appreciate that. I don't know, you know, I think Tom's already off to bed, but if you're not Tom, yeah, I really appreciate that conversation. That was really fun. Poor Zero didn't get his chance to jump in. But like I said, multiple auto mod grabs for whoever that person was. Like I have multiple auto mod alerts waiting for me. So I'm just gonna deny that and deny that. Did y'all have fun? Nonsense. Nonsense was going at it. Fucking, if you're still in there, Nonsense, props. Though I think Nonsense bowed too. Like, I think even Nonsense had enough of that nonsense. Let's see. I legitimately, give me one sec. I'm scrolling back. How did Mitre get a fucking timeout? Let's just say it was one step away from that, right? Like the next thing I would expect would be that territory cat. Yeah. Hang on. I'm just handling something here. Oh, wrong screen entirely, right? Yep. I do that often. I've got too many fucking windows. All right. All right. Let me go back and do a thing. Enter. Add. All right. And then how do I... All right. All right. There's that. Oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah, it was one step away from that, Cat. Twice Automod grabbed it. So Homo Deus, that looks like a good read. I mean, I got a good book recommendation. Just got a good book recommendation out of Tom as well. So I'm happy with that. So, all right. Who wants to, is anybody present who was present for all of that can recap it for me? That could, like, call in and tell me what the fuck happened in chat? Because when Tom shifted gears, I shifted gears and stopped paying attention to chat. So I apologize that I may have been completely absent from whatever the fuck was happening there, and I pulled all 43 of her fucking messages, or their messages, as part of that ban strike. And I'm not gonna fucking bother to deal with any of that. Like, I could go back and actually get the log, but I'm not gonna bother. All right, hang on. Fucking, thank you for telling me. And move you to on air. And let me pull this down a bit. There we go. Oh.
Fuck, you're coming in like muffled. Okay, let me see if I can do it for you.
All right.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna turn off like the echo cancellation and all that shit. Actually, let's take off automatic gain control.
Yeah, I turn a bunch of that shit off, actually.
I'm on mobile, so I was thinking might as well get as much help as I can get. As you can tell, I'm not really used to dealing with all of this shit. Nah. But yeah, so where do we even begin? I think like
well, I know I set them off.
yeah, you and me, Trey, both kind of like pushed it like immediately right out the gate, just put them on the offensive. Like they were not they were not willing to play the defensive in any capacity. So like a big thing that like Nonsense was like really trying to like hammer early on is just something to the effect of a lot of these like distinctions and identities are kind of meaningless if for praxis to occur in order to alleviate oppression, and that his main point was that and Nonsense, tell me if I'm misquoting here or misremembering, that assuming he's still in chat obviously, that it would probably be more productive to kind of just slow down that game for a little bit. Obviously, he was acknowledging that like systemic discrimination and all that still existed, and that there are going to be some unique solutions for some unique problems. But you know, overall, like in social spaces and such, it seems kind of meaningless to like kind of denote these different identity groups any sort of air quotes privilege. I don't know if privilege is the right word to use there, but you get the general gist of what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at some of what Nonsense had to say here, because it seems like Nonsense really engaged.
Yeah, that's why I let him keep going. And then I pulled Mitre early on because he just, I love you, Mitre, but you were just being inflammatory. I'll just call it for what it is. He started off the conversation by saying, you know, I as a straight white male don't cis straight white male don't give a shit, like something to that effect. It's like
He's
I get it.
He's replying
But,
in
like,
Discord.
Who's replying? Nonsense.
No,
Or-
Mitre. It was a callback. Like that was a callback to earlier fucking the like as a straight cis white male in from a first world country or something like that. It's a callback to a previous thing.
It didn't come across well.
Um,
No,
and
I don't
let's
know.
see. Let's see. See, that's again. Yes, I agree with that. Fucking da.
I was gonna start arguing as well, but I just at some point I was just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna just sit back and see where this goes. Just fucking see what happens.
Yeah, and I see fucking nonsense making the same point I fucking make. Yeah, I care about native people. They're people. See how easy that is? Like I don't
Right.
like this is the thing is people have to get over these fucking artificial divisionary tactics that have been impressed upon them. Look, yeah, I give a shit that you're in whatever way you're oppressed. Like I will recognize it, I will acknowledge it, I will fight for it to change, but don't make it a part of your identity. Don't make it like your core thing. And because
I think that's
like
my bad.
that's
I
just
was gonna say that
insane.
I think that's kind of the misstep that Nonsense took though with his approach is that he didn't. I think the big problem, like rhetorically, that Nonsense had there was that for a lot of these people, acknowledging their oppression and such is going to be, in some way, shape, or another, tying it to their identity. And that's kind of the misstep that I feel is taken in these conversations is that
But see, it didn't even matter if the oppression was acknowledged. Fucking that person was straight saying like allies aren't good enough. This is the straight schnoops conversation all over again. We don't want allies, we want accomplices.
Right.
Like,
and that's actually something that I was going to get into is that like I think we need to be more. I don't think aggressive is the right word, but like pretty firm in saying that no, that these are just socially constructed identities. They don't have like to say that they're real, air quote unquotes, is to push them beyond. What's it called? Push them beyond just socially created constructs. It gives them much more credence than they deserve, basically. I think the only way that you can basically argue against this is if you just say, fuck it, I'm just gonna go hard anarchist and see where it goes. I think that's kind of the best way you could approach, like, kind of getting rid of that shit. Also, Brooke's pointing out that you're still streaming.
Or steaming.
Pretty sure.
Brooke, did you drop an R? Or are you referencing that I'm still mildly annoyed by that line that was used?
I think she's probably gonna answer yes. It's like $10 on that.
Fair enough. Inclusive ors, fully welcome.
But yeah, that's kind of the way that I feel about it. Is that like we have to just be frank and saying like, yeah, no, acknowledging the systemic oppression is enough. The identity
Okay.
shit.
She dropped an R.
Damn it.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, that's what fucking lady whoever fucking Rain Cloud, refused to even acknowledge at any point was that acknowledgement.
Right.
Like everybody acknowledged it. Nobody fucking disavowed it. Every single person having that conversation with them, it fully acknowledged and gave that ground willingly and pleasingly. Like, yes, of course. And unfortunately, that did nothing.
Yeah. And that's like kind of the misstep is that I feel like we should have been a little bit more obvious, for lack of a better word, about like, yeah, the Native people do definitely go through a lot of shit that other groups don't go through.
See my missing and murdered Indigenous women's episode every fucking year. I talk about this shit since I learned about it a few years ago. Like, it's insane the statistics that surround that, especially in Canada.
Right.
But I mean,
Yeah.
not like that. None of that was penetrating, from what I can see.
Yeah. I think the issue is that like Nonsense used like a language that was reminiscent of like what class reductionists use, and that's kind of like what set her off like early on, is just that kind of like general.
And this is why the safe space comment got her banned. Like this is why I dropped the ban hammer. None of the rest of it. None of the fucking stuff that Automod pulled that was literally one step away from kill Whitey. None of that shit was what caused it. What caused it was I thought this was a safe space. Like, no, this is a space to engage in the dialectic. This is a space to actually have a conversation. This is a space to use rhetoric and logic and grammar to engage one another in the marketplace of ideas, as it were. Fuck, I hate that turn of phrase. And see what we can hammer out. Everybody come to the table with whatever bullshit that you have to come with, whether, whatever, I don't care. Like, I really don't care. We all have baggage. We all have stuff. Some of us have fucking shit tons more of it. And we can acknowledge, and rightfully so, address that. But there's no way to address that if you don't engage.
Right.
Taco, I have to use grammar? Unfollowed.
Yeah, that's gonna put a dent in the Australian dialect.
That's the thing. You can't expect anyone to progress, anyone to be swung to your side if you refuse to engage.
And I think that's something, respectfully, that you and Nonsense should have hammered on early on. That this is a political advocacy space and not a safe space. And I think like the left needs to learn broadly that we need to decouple the idea that an advocacy space has to be a safe space.
Well, I was about to say, why is that my responsibility?
Right, and that's something, and that's the conversation that I feel could have been had and could have been a lot more productive. It's just this is a political advocacy space. We're here to hash shit out. As you can see, I'm permissible of letting right wingers, do their thing, and we're talking about how to convert right wingers. We're very this is not a space where feelings are going to be valued too much.
If you can't hack it, fucking, you don't have to be here.
Exactly, and like I said, I think that should have been like the line of attack.
Then I think, I'm making an executive decision, shall we say. I think in the future we need some declarative statement that you can pump into chat at a moment's notice.
Like that. Just have it copy pasted.
Yes.
Somewhere. It's like, look, this is a political advocacy space. We are permissive. How do I word this?
We'll have to hammer the language out somehow, but I think we need a statement then that can be put into chat at a moment's notice that was like, look.
It should be something to the effect of like, we will engage with reactionary tendencies and behaviors, and that this isn't a space that will, cater to more. I don't want to use sensitive because that's very demeaning. I think that's something we should avoid. But something to the effect of like, yeah, this is a place where problematic behaviors are debatable, and that's
Brooke.
Yeah.
This is a semantical difference. I agree with you. I actually agree with you, Brooke. But unfortunately, the manner in which we are using safe space is not the manner in which you and I are using safe space. So
safe space more like broadly refers to like places where minorities or otherwise marginalized people can go to basically get away from the bullshit. That's like where, that's like rape shelters or like places in university where there's like a designated space. Like it's just, as the name implies, just a place you can go to get away from like just the bullshit.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
they're valuable. They're needed.
And that's fine. But I'm not building one of those. I'm building a place where a fascist and a fascist and an anarchist can sit down at the table and talk.
I want to see a fascist and a tanky agree, just for the spectacle of it.
And
You know?
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And that's I want to build that tent. Like I want to see that happen. That would be an interesting phenomenon to occur. And oh, hang on. I don't know. I'm just looking at fucking direct message here. Yeah, like yeah, okay. You Brooke. Oh, okay. I can understand that. This is probably the opposite of that definition, just because of the nature of the conversations. It is.
Right. It's the polar opposite. You know, it's a place where like you want to avoid using words like dude and bro, and you want to like refer to groups of people with gender neutral like verbiage and like that sort of shit. Like it's like those are safe spaces.
And
like,
that's
they're
look.
valid, they
I don't
exist,
want.
blah, blah.
I don't want a world where that doesn't exist. That's fine, but that's not what I'm attempting to build here. And unfortunately, when you engage in a certain level of praxis, you have to be able to get down in the muck. And if you're not capable of getting down in the muck, then that's fine. I respect that, but don't come down to the edge of the muck where we're trying to engage in it and yell at us for it. Because the fact of the matter is where you find, look, who is that dude? The black guy who converts Klan members.
I forgot his name.
He's famous for it. He's got a collection of Klan outfits now that they give him, but he has to literally go into racist strongholds and have conversations with dudes that will, to his face, call him the N-word. Like,
Right.
but he's got a track record. He converts them. He gets them out of that. And if he were too sensitive, if he weren't able to take it, then he wouldn't be able to do what he's done, which is drag a whole bunch of ignorant people out of their racist tendencies.
Right. And here's the counter argument that I feel like a lot of these people will trot out is that victims of oppression shouldn't have to deal with their oppressors and have to basically do that.
They don't have to.
And that's like, right, and that's
what I'm attempting to do.
Right, and that's the dialectic that I feel that would have been more productive. Is if you just cut through straight to the point, like this is the conversation that I wish would have occurred earlier. Is the whole, because I feel that's the more interesting conversation than do we pass the shibboleth, That's where I feel it should have gone earlier.
Well, I mean, I gotta tell you, like, I don't, with that, based on what I saw, like, off of a couple of the messages, no, of course we wouldn't have passed the shibboleth.
Well, of course, but that's my point, is, like, that's the more fun thing you can do, though. You could just expose the fact that this person's just going to be politically irrelevant and won't do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what, yeah, we need a blanket statement. We need to work on that behind the scenes. We need to craft something that's a couple sentences, a few sentences that can just be pumped in the chat at a moment's notice that encapsulates this entire concept. That this is not a channel that is that. This is a channel for this.
Right. I think the biggest thing, though, to prevent, like, fascists from thinking this is a space for them to be safe is we need to hammer on really clearly that we're not going to tolerate harassment, though.
Well,
I think that's where you lose a lot of those types as well.
Then somehow include that in the verbiage. Like, that's...
Right.
Like,
that's the problem that you see with places like r/political compass memes or, like the JREG fandom, is that it inevitably, when you let fascists talk, they try to take the space over. So you got to be real careful about walking that line.
Well, we have a track record of dealing with psycho calls to violence and fascists and that sort of thing, and they get ban hammered immediately. Hey, welcome back from the gulag, Mitra. they get banhammered immediately. Like, fuck off. I don't want that fascist shit. But I mean, I'll tolerate it up to a point. But you cross certain lines, you're gone. But I mean, yeah, we need to somehow come up with that statement that just, and if you like, that's the thing. I don't even conceptually know what the fuck I need that statement to say. So if you want to work on that in some downtime and just, come up with something.
The problem is just making sure that it's punchy and short enough to like get the point across.
Well, you get.
Like ideally, I would write like a multi-paragraph. Like
I'm really good at tightening stuff up, so like I can punch a script up pretty effectively. So if you can get a paragraph or two, we can whittle it down.
Yeah. I mean, it's two main points. This is not a safe space; it's a political advocacy space. And B is we will, like on that note, we will not tolerate harassment based on immutable characteristics. So, like you can say a bunch of racist shit and like what you feel about like how you're going to go about and enact that. But the minute you point that towards an individual outside of the context of a debate or conversation, you can go kick rocks. Like that's like the line that you need to walk, which is, kind of tough to be fair.
Dude.
And I think that.
Yeah. Been trying to do it for fucking, a while now. And, one of these days we'll fucking get it down. I agree with that, Mitre. I actually agree with that. Based on what I saw just a few times. Mitre saying there were people getting harassed in chat and it weren't her. Let's see. Brooks is saying, and probably including this definition of safe space so people don't think what I thought.
Yeah. That's the thing.
We'll work on it.
But I feel like that could have been the more production conversation. It's like, what should a leftist political space look like? What should a safe space look like? What should a political advocacy space look like? What does that entail? How do you go about practice then? And, how do you make marginalized people feel that they can be included in political action? Blah, 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 blah. Like, that could have been a really fun conversation, and we just didn't get to have it.
And see, that's the thing is, I don't think people grasp the concept of one of the most useful things for Praxis that one of the just things that always stood out when I read it was your Praxis doesn't necessarily work for their Praxis, right? Yeah. And so there's as many different types of Praxis as there are people. And what works in Australia may not work in America, and what works in Arizona may not work in California, and what works in Phoenix may not work in Bullhead City, and what works in, this sort of stuff. And there is a place for Praxis in that sort of safe space modality. There's 100% of place for Praxis in that safe space modality. But, hey, Kaiser, there's also a place that you have to reach, right? That like the dock worker, the day laborer, the plumber, the carpenter, the electrician, the Republican next door, the Trump supporter, the up in the holler, there's all of these places that are not compatible with safe space Praxis at all. And that's who I'm trying to talk to, is the people who aren't already on team for a large part. Like, I want a big leftist network, but the fact of the matter is we need more. We need more allies. We need more people who are willing to reach across that aisle and make some progress, because we have a long slog to, a long travail here. It's a huge hill, and a lot of progress has been lost. And in order to regain some of that ground, we're going to have some very strange bedfellows. And I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with that. And I understand some people are not comfortable with that. But it's the reality of it's the objective reality of the situation. And so not everybody can do it. That's cool. But some of us are capable of doing it. So let those of us that are capable of doing it do it and get the fuck out of the way.
Totally feel it, and that's kind of my point, is that this could have been the more fun conversation, because I could already hear the reply. Like, they probably would have stopped you with, like, the dock worker bit, and they could have been like, well, I don't want people like that within my movement anyways, because they already had problematic tendencies, and then that would have, like, led into different conversation pathways.
Well, but no. That headed right, like, the fucking, who said that? Like, somebody mentioned that, like, the playing the factions game, or do you want them playing with everyone? Do you want to overcome the oppression, or do you want a unified effort or fractionalized effort?
Yeah, that was nonsense that said that.
Yeah, like, I mean, it headed there already, and they refused to go there. So I think that conversation wasn't going to be productive anyway.
Well, I'm saying, like, if it didn't go productive, though, you would have found that out pretty quickly, and then you would have just added that basically to the list of, yeah, this is why this line of thinking is useful. And,
well, that's why I checked out. I did find it unproductive.
Right, but, like, generally speaking, though, like, optically, it looks better if you engage anyways, though, so it's a little bit more obvious to the audience.
All right, fair enough. Criticism accepted on that front.
Yeah, well, that's the way that I look at it, is that, like, not everyone's going to see it right away because they're just not that plugged into the dialectic. It's nice to give them a firmware update, basically.
Trey, if they declare they don't want to empower the working class, then fuck them.
Yeah, no, I totally feel that. Perfectly valid.
Which is what that statement usually is. And how many times am I going to have to...
Exactly, and that's my point, is that then you could say, well, then you're not really a leftist, you're just a radlib. Or, you know, you could, something to that effect of, like, what does your leftist advocacy really look like then? Like, what are even your goals?
Well, I mean, we know what that was. That was what I would define as, like, a rad id poll.
Yeah, well, that's my point, is that then you could just say, like, you could just point out, like, you're not a leftist then, you're not really interested in leftist goals or ideology. If anything, I would actually say that you're a right-winger who's solely an identitarian that's pushed by, and then blah, 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 just whatever. And then you could just keep fucking going down that line. But the point is, you come out on top by having that, being able to go through that whole philosophical flourish.
Fair enough. All right, then, yeah, let's work on that statement, and that way it can just be pumped into chat, and then in the future we can skip the entire run-up and just move that conversation to where it needs to be.
Right.
Because
the conversation where it really starts.
Yeah, because that, quite frankly, is where I checked out, is the run-up.
Yeah.
I have no interest in fucking that part. Like, dude, you know, yeah, that was whatever.
Like, yeah, this just isn't the space where we're gonna talk, like, high-level queer theory, you know? It's just, I mean, unless you want to, but, you know.
You know, here's the beginning, middle, and end of my queer theory. I like dick, and stop oppressing me for liking dick. If we moved past that point, I'm cool. Like, that's basically how that boils down. Like,
no, I feel that.
You know, yeah, I just, the identity politics is so wearing on both sides.
See, here's the real sad thing about it, though, is that, like, if a lot of, like, and this is just my own personal rant, is that, like, I've noticed that, like, a lot of the portions of the LGBTQ movement don't realize that, like, a lot of queer theory basically just boils down to don't get too caught up in any of it. Just fucking do what feels good.
Well, yes.
That is, like, you start.
Oh, very Dionysian sort of approach.
Yeah, like that's like a lot of, like, what Judith Butler, for example, wrote about. Like, that's what all of her points basically boil down to. It's all fake.
Let's get drunk and dance through the fields naked and do whatever comes naturally. Trey fucking posted a book called I Love Dick by Chris Kraus, Joan Hawkins, and Eileen Miles.
Amazing.
Let's see.
I'll take this. Okay, so
Yeah, you do you. Yeah. Yeah, that's I you know, yeah. It's a fun book. I'm seeing the reviews for it. There are some interesting reviews. Wait, did they make a like a TV show out of this? Like, did somebody make like an Amazon series or something? I Love Dick with Kevin Bacon and Catherine somebody or other. Catherine Hahn. 8 episodes. I don't know if it's the same, if it's pulling from the source material. I don't know any of that, but there is. Yeah, right with it as well. Yes. Yep. Let me check the Wikipedia. Yes, it is based on the novel, Mitre. It's an Amazon series. It's 8 episodes, and it's based on the novel. I knew that from somewhere. I'm like, wait a second. I've heard of this before. Yeah. Yeah, when I saw that the titular character, when I saw that the titular character was named Dick, it set off bells. I was like, I've heard of this before. That actually drove off. That person managed to drive off nonsense. That's a shame. I'll throw nonsense a message. I'll throw him a DM.
oh, about like coming back or like.
Well, not right now, but just like, hey, fucking yeah, he checked out.
Yeah, I saw that. Like eventually, it just got boring because there's only so many ways you can say the same thing over again.
Wait. Interesting. So what we converted and then converted back. Interesting. Yep. Okay. Confirmation on that too. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Hey, that's I guess that's gender fluidity. I don't have it. I'm a dude.
I get it, but it's not really intuitive to me. I guess the way that I look at it is that like I'm like really hard in the gender nihilist kind of like line of thinking.
Define.
It's all just social construct. And basically, the theory goes that like it's all socially constructed, doesn't really have too much of a biological basis. And therefore, we shouldn't really get too hung up as to what X gender actually means. Essentially, there's like
would the end state of that philosophy be all terms are cool then?
Yeah, at some point it's just like what is a woman, and the only answer from a gender nihilist perspective would be someone who identifies as a woman. So, no added characteristics.
Yeah, so the end state of that would be like there's no added baggage to any of the terms. Like they all become pointless.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then the next logical step would be, why have the terms to begin with?
No, I like them. They're fun words. I like language. I like, I like language, and so I like the feel of some words in the mouth, and.
I get that, and that's the thing is that like it's totally natural to feel that. It's just that like the reason why I approach gender from that perspective is that, and here's my hot take, is that gender, by its nature, is hierarchical, and the hierarchy is based in exclusion. And thus,
all categories are exclusionary.
Yeah.
And I think there's a dangerous line that can be crossed with that. That's anti-scientific.
Oh, of course, and that's kind of the issue. Is like, what is anything then?
Yeah.
How do you go about having the conversations of like sexual dynamics in this type of world?
Yeah, because if everything is nothing and everything simultaneously, then there's really no conversation to be had about anything at that point.
Right. And that's kind of the issue is that that philosophy doesn't really work in our current world.
Oh.
Just simply due to the the trappings of heteronormativity and
Mitre with I like this hot take. Mitre, hot take. The only identity identifiers are for others to assess you by, and telling others how to consider you is inherently fascistic.
See, this is the conversation I want to have. It's fun.
Well, but you can't have that conversation with that type of person, and you know it.
I know, but like
that you're advocating for something that can't be accomplished.
I want to have it though. That's the word. That is the.
That's like my dream of having to fucking sit down with a fascist and an anarchist under the same tent, and finding some middle ground. Like it's so difficult to accomplish that.
Right, and that's the thing is that like the way that I approach queer theory and just general like intersectional ethics is going to be fundamentally different from someone like that who clearly has like a lot of attachment to the identifiers.
I was going to say baggage.
That's the well, you get exactly what the fuck I mean. Okay, I'm trying to be diplomatic here.
Yeah,
But my point is
after what I saw in the Automod messages, my diplomacy budget ran out.
Damn it. But yeah, I don't know. That's the way that I approach it. Is that like that there's and that's the conversation that I want to have though. I just want to see how their brain reacts to that type of philosophy.
Oh, we did Mitre. One step away from Kill Whitey.
I'm guessing something to the effect of colonizers deserve blah, or something like. I don't know. I'm not gonna try to speculate on stream as it's probably TOS.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It got grabbed by Automod, and I've got one of the loosest Automod settings you can do. Right, like I've got it. There's 4 levels of Automod above what I have implemented, and I've custom defined the lowest rung of Automod to allow for, trust me, if you get flagged by my Automod, chances are you used some, let's say, problematic language.
You're kind of fucking up here, son.
Yeah.
A little tiny bit.
Yeah, like I've got it as to the floor as you can do, short of disabling Automod entirely.
Like you have it set to like just basic slurs and shit.
So, yeah. That's why, like, remember the first few days of fucking Twitch streaming, I was telling you guys to like pump stuff into chat so I can either define, allow, or deny. So, because I've got that sort of like custom rule set.
Just want to see where that line was drawn.
Oh, those kind of bots are problematic. I hate that kind of thing, Taco.
What are they?
Fucking, he's saying, have you seen the Posita bot in Lefty streams? That thing's cool. Hi, your account is X old and has been banned from these channels. I hate that kind of thing.
Just to keep alts from circulating.
Well, okay. So the end state of that. Here's my justification for hating that sort of thing, right? The end state of that is there's a whole host of auto moderation systems within Reddit that most people never see behind the scenes in Reddit. Most people don't mod communities. Most people don't have their own communities that they've set up. They don't see the scripting side of behind the scenes at Reddit. But there's entire communities that you are not allowed to post in, comment on, anything. If you've commented on, if you've posted in, or been banned from other communities. So basically, for a long time, and now some people be like, oh, well, that's fine. Well, here's the slippery slope argument. If you posted in the Donald, you were not allowed to post in Late Stage Capitalism. Now,
I remember this, and then like True Off My Chest would get you banned from.
Yes.
There was a few. Like
Yeah.
I remember. This
Yeah.
happening.
And so what if you're legitimately arguing with somebody in one of these hellhole spaces? You're auto banned from these other places. And so your ban from one location may not actually tell me the relevant information. All it tells me is you managed to get banned there. And it's essentially the problem with felonies in America today. You've got a felony on your record. Don't like it. I never used to be comment a lot in a lot of lefty subs because I was a member in ONA and Cumtown and MDE. And yeah, that would, I mean, I know like for a fact, like Late Stage Capitalism probably would have auto banned you. Like you wouldn't have been able to post there more than likely.
What's fucked up is that I've noticed a lot of those subs that use like a lot of those auto mods tend to be like, they claim they're leftists, but like really a lot of them are just like left-leaning sock devs.
That and they're fucking authoritarian hellholes.
Yeah, well, there's that too, but that's like kind of the general trend I've noticed, that they're not really like.
Yep, and Mitre confirming, yep, I wasn't allowed. And so, yeah, that's my problem, Taco, with that sort of bot, is it creates an atmosphere of mistrust and distrust out of the gate based on somebody's supposed reputation. And that's, I do liken it to somebody having a felony on their record and unable to get a job, or being mistrusted, or they're not, they're looked at with suspicion by their landlord because they had a felony. Nobody knows the qualities of that. All you know is they've got a felony on their record. And so, yeah, I'm not a fan of that sort of stuff.
I get it though. Past a certain size, it's probably helpful to not have people of other communities brigading you. Because this was a problem that, I think it was Destiny's community. I'm always going to come back to Destiny because that's like the one streamer that I actually follow. He had a big problem where like a lot of right-leaning communities that he, basically finished debating with would just kind of just infest him just en masse.
Well. And
a lot of them were dumb enough to just be subscribed to the person that he debated or the people related to that person. So, real easy fix to a lot of that brigading was just installing those mods.
Well, here's my thing. Like Taco saying, it's just a tool. Up to 3 bans and lefty channels isn't too sus, but 4 or more is a bit suspicious. These people will out themselves.
Right.
You don't need the bot for it.
Right, and that's kind of the other counter argument, is that these bots are kind of pointless anyways, because people can just make alts and do what they do.
Yeah. I mean, you can spin up a new account in moments.
Right.
There is one requisite on my channel. You do have to have your email verified before you're allowed to talk, which you can easily do. Like, look, you can easily set up a fake email address. That's no big deal. But I mean, it is, a lot of the bots don't take that step. So, that's why you'll see follows from that Goyim bot on my channel, but you won't see any chat from it, is because the bot isn't capable of authenticating the re-registered email address.
That shit's so funny.
So, yeah, that's Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen the Goyim bot tonight.
Watch it happen after you say that.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
He's watching on an incog fucking tab right now as we speak, and he's just
launch. Okay, Mitre, should I Can I read that excerpt on air? Do you want me to read that excerpt on air that you sent me? Mitre saying, I just read a really nice essay by a year 8 girl. Heartening, especially after I read that one I sent you an excerpt from. You can try. Okay.
That's beautiful.
Is this literally like this is the like it starts with a capital E. Like the sentence starts with a capital E. It just E. Capital E, new word. When people look for things that aren't there, they do irrational things leading to innocent deaths. Over prejudice towards certain races due to origin of many terrorist nation coming from their THERE. Yet people do not realize that terrorism is not based in one country or one religion group or motive. It is done targeted, and I'm reading this intentionally this badly, is done targeted with a political view, a racial double spaces, ideology, religious, philosophical. These are all things that happen all around the world, but seem to only be classified as terrorism if done by Muslimic people. It is very broad, yet aimed towards certain groups. This show the prejudice behind the word.
That's adorable. Oh, damn.
Yeah, he's saying not English is a second language either. This is a rich white kid.
That takes away the adorableness that I thought it was going to have.
Yeah, it was, he sent that, a while ago. It was just like worst sentence I've ever had to mark, maybe. Yeah, it's one sentence, by the way. There is no, that's just one giant sentence. It's one giant run-on catastrophe fuckball. It's just hard.
God damn. That makes me worry for that kid. Just how do you make it to that age without being able to speak?
Yeah, Kaiser, the Muslimic was pretty fucking solid for me, too. Like, what the fuck? I like the done targeted with a political view, a racial, ideological, religious, philosophical. These are all things. Sure.
There was a statement there that could be made. It fell apart before it even started.
Dude, he started the sentence with a capital E. Like, this thing, the wheels fell off this long before we even got to that point.
This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, Mitre saying Muslimic made me literally laugh out loud at my desk.
I can fucking just picture Mitre just like doubled over his desk, fucking pounding away at the table. Just enjoying himself, having a good old laugh.
Well, I mean, what else should you do in that situation? It's
right.
Laugh or cry.
It's right. That's just really makes it. I bet it really made him question his teaching abilities for a second there.
Yeah, that's on you, Mitre. That's all on you. What are you doing?
Is this the next phase of the Australian dialect? I'm not here for this. This isn't fun.
We should the good ones must be on me too then, he says. Yeah, I'd love to hear that read with some like crazy Australian accent. Siggy Brain. Taco.
That just super scuffed, drugged out accent.
Taco saying everybody like that.
If I can send it, I'll see if I can imitate it. I'll give it a shot.
Where are you? There you are. It's in your DMs.
Oh, this is perfect. Oh fuck.
And Kaiser Oh yeah, it's in shared content too.
They do irrational things leading to innocent deaths. Over prejudice towards certain races due to origin.
Is this as bad as my Russian accent?
I can fucking not really. Like your Russian, the big problem with your Russian accent is more so just like
Jesus Christ, Mitre saying it's not too bad actually.
due to origin.
of many terrorist nations that are coming from there yet. Too many people do not realize that terrorism.
Yeah, terrorism.
Fucking mythical.
Terrorism.
Terrorism coming from there yet. People do not. It's not based in one's country, one religion or motive. It is done targeted with political, racial, ideological, religious, philosophical. These are things that happen to be around the world that seem to be only classified as terrorism if done by Muslimic people. It is very broad yet aimed towards certain groups. They share the prejudice behind the world.
Man. So, how's the whole paper? Like, this is clearly a part of some greater work, shall we say.
How much you want to bet that this kid felt like he was a fucking genius?
Oh yeah. This is some deep philosophical statement. 100%. Like this is I'm 14 and this is deep territory.
Oh man.
You don't want to read the rest. It's death. Oh, I do.
We're invested now, me Trey.
Yeah, we're invested. Like, is it like there's some like teacher HIPAA shit that I should be aware of? Fuck it. It's a different country. Who gives a shit? He's gonna send the rest. Fucking brilliant.
International information now, Kai.
Just don't name him. Oh, well, don't name him then.
Of course.
Don't
Put
send
them
me
in
his
the-
fucking name. I'm gonna be tempted if you do. So don't send me his fucking name.
God.
All right, Johnny, you're a fucking retard. Like that's Jesus Christ. Oh.
Oh, that was fucking hilarious, dude.
It's the Muslimic is the best part. It really is. The Muslimic is just fucking gold.
I think ending that sentence with philosophical did it for me.
Oh, that's not the end of a sentence though.
Well, I know it's not, but like the end of like that phrase, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's it's done. It is done targeted with a political view, a racial, ideological, religious, philosophical. It just sort of like it just collapses in on itself.
Like there was a thought started and it just broke off like right away. Like it just that train of thought just.
And I love
died
the formatting is great because it is terribly formatted. There's double spaces, there's line breaks where there shouldn't be. There's, spelling errors that any spell checker should fucking pick up.
See, if anything, this is an accomplishment that we've just read.
There you go. Yeah,
Like
we just need to reframe it.
Like this is a special level of clusterfuck that we're not going to see for a while. Like it just like he's giving our president in chief fucking, why do I always fuck that up? Commander in chief some fucking some competition here.
I had to look that shit up. Fucking Mitre saying he's trying to indicate he's using a Peel paragraph. That's why an E on the start. So he's saying this is his evidence, or explanation.
And this kid's receiving better English education than I did.
Of course they are. It's not America.
I can't, dude. Oh, good lord.
It's okay, so it stands for point, evidence or example, explain, and link. And it's a argumentative structure for written formats.
If nothing else, his heart's in the right place. Because I know what he's trying to communicate here.
I mean, yeah, we can all, because we're not, but if you weren't, this would be wholly ineffective. This is wholly ineffective as rhetoric.
This fails in every single possible capacity in any sort of political advocacy space. Just doesn't work. If you're not a native, like fuck just being informed on the subject and being like a leftist and getting it. Just being a non-native English speaker, this would fuck anybody trying to read.
God, if you were ESL territory, that sentence, that sentence. I want to call it a paragraph, but it is a single sentence as he has structured it. That sentence would be an utter nightmare.
Oh, Jesus Lord. I would get his head checked. Like, actually, like, he should get a fucking CT scan. God.
I want to,
damn.
yeah, I want to know, like, okay, so he's using the E to mark one of the like,
Right.
paragraph.
That's just part of the assignment.
Okay,
That's the
I
thing.
want to know, but though, was that his evidence or his explanation? Because, I mean, I'm not sure which one it's supposed to be. Jesus. That's brilliant. That's the lighthearted content we need after the id poll nonsense.
Just some casual ableism.
Yeah.
I guess ageism too, because God forbid, like.
I'm
he's
sorry.
lucky that he's
He
like-
is in
he's
he's in
lucky that-
grade 8. He should be able to construct a sentence better than that.
To some extent, yeah. I'm sure he texts all the fucking. That's the problem. He is texting all the time.
That was the most boomer thing I've ever heard you say.
No, I'm a firm believer that like autocorrect and like just the way that we rely on our phones like hampers language learning, because that's something that because the thing is that like a lot of like language learning that I do, I really
Gotcha,
do my
Mitra.
best to try to avoid like autocorrect when I'm trying to like learn a language, because like you start to rely on that instead of remembering like where to put what phrases where and how to put just construct words basically and how to fucking. Yeah, exactly. Like, you get used to that shit, Rich Salsa.
Hey,
Whether
Rich.
you want to admit it or not.
Fucking
And
look at you.
Yeah, so-
How's Texas?
yeah. Yeah, so that's like the way that I look at it is that, like, I do genuinely think that, like, things like autocorrect and shit hamper language learning in kids. And I'll die on that hill. I'm sure there has to be some evidence for that. But, like, there's a bit of, like, neuroplasticity there that's kind of lost.
I'd imagine yes. I mean, I recall all of the spelling drills that I did as a child that, you can shortcut. Now, I mean, that's sure. Even if you're writing it, you could still consult your phone. You could still consult. You have only one life, but you have mentioned dying on several hills.
Damn, that is true. You called me.
Um,
And that's the problem.
Okay, so what we're going to do, let me copy this out to Notepad, so I don't have to look at my fucking white email bullshit. We now have the entire document. Hang on, let me minimize my email client here, and I'll close it because I don't need it. No, I don't want to update Notepad right now. I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that.
Flash some hentai on screen, didn't you?
No, I sort of shook Notepad, so Windows 10, everything minimized.
Damn.
Mitre agrees 100% with you. So there you go.
Dude, totally. There's something that's
Oh
lost
my
there.
God, there's so many red lines in this. I use Notepad++, programmers represent, and it's got spell check in it. There's so many fucking red lines.
It's just everywhere.
All right, he managed to, no, I was like, he managed to get through that without any red, no, it's got red lines in it too. There is one singular line, no, there's 3 lines in this entire document that don't have red lines in them. Good job, Johnny. We're going to call him Johnny for all purposes. Watch, his name really is Johnny. We're calling him Johnny.
Amazing.
Okay. Strap in. All right. You need to teach this kid. Brooke, I've only ever used that for coding. I know. Fucking Notepad++, motherfuckers. All right. You need to teach this kid how terrorism is spelled, apparently. because we've got multiple spellings of it. Jesus. All right, so Peel. Peel is point, evidence, explain, and link. Point is start your paragraph with a clear topic sentence that establishes what your paragraph is going to be about. Your point should support your essay argument or thesis statement. Okay? Terrierism, says Rich, the onslaught of cute puppies. Evidence or example. Here you should use a piece of evidence or an example that helps reaffirm your initial point and develop your argument. E for explain. Next, you need to explain exactly how your evidence or example supports your point, giving further information to ensure that your reader understands its relevance. And L, link. To finish the paragraph off, you need to link the point you've just made back to your essay, question, topic, or thesis. All right. Strap the fucking. Do I like Biden? No, I don't like Biden. But I'm gonna swallow I'm gonna swallow the bile that comes up in my throat when I do when I do the utilitarian calculus on it and vote for the piece of shit. I hope that answers your question. Back to the comedy show. P, point. What does capitalism not does capitalization not come into play in these sorts of formats? Jesus Christ. Point. From whose perspective are we meant to use to define Turoism? Evidence. From one perspective, one man. Okay, he has just mixed numeral 1 with written 1. From one perspective, one man freedom fighter can be another man's terrorist. He spelled it correctly in that one. Positivism with terrorist characteristics bring about Trotskyist communism through the end of the word by using cute puppies.
Fuck.
Evidence. From one perspective, one man freedom fighter can be another man's terrorist. In 1994, the United Nations, no period here. Another man's terrorist in 1994, the United Nations General Assembly defined terrorism as criminal acts. He capitalized criminal for no apparent reason. He didn't capitalize United Nations or General Assembly. Acts intended as or calculated to provoke a state of terror in the general public, comma, a group of persons or particular persons for political purposes, he's copying and pasting, there's commas, are in any circumstances unjustifiable, comma, whatever the considerations of a political, comma, philosophical, comma, ideological, comma, racial, comma, ethnic, comma, religious, or any other nature that may be invoked to justify them. He clearly copy and pasted that one. From this point of view, things such as promises of winning war to boost your political position, comma, but no spaces with the comma, just sandwiched, targeted police attacks on black people, period, no spacing whatsoever again, no capitalization on this next word, many mass murderers also have not been called terrorists, period. Drone attacks, no capitalization, from Barack Obama, no capitalization, and Trump, no capitalization, where 14 terrorists have been killed while over 700 civilians have been killed. Prejudiced behind these attacks can be classified as racial and religious attacks, which are unjust, yet the word terrorist is mainly targeted towards Muslimic people and hypocritical, hypocritical, hypocritical. After these presidents have used defenses, British spelling, such as we are defended this country from terrorism while they themselves are terrorists from a different perspective.
It's so sad because he's like right. It's like his heart.
Yeah, that's totally you're right. You are correct on that. This is sad. He is right. He's actually correct. He's just a horrific writer.
See, if anyone tells you that rhetoric doesn't matter, or that just fucking send them this as like a copy pasta.
Me Trey says he's right because he listened to me.
Yeah, I guess that's what matters, right?
Yeah, no, this is why I hammer that rhetoric thing all the time. And for those of you who are just joining or just walked in the room, we're reading a document that was constructed. We're punching down a little bit here, to be perfectly honest. This is a child's assignment. Admittedly, they should be able to construct rhetoric and grammar and just language structure better than what we're experiencing, though. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're right. This is so... Yeah, me, Trey, but I couldn't write it for him. I'll tell you the correct position to take, but this is brutal. I'm telling you, I hit the end of that and I thought I had a stroke. This is bad. Like, this kid is old enough that this should not be happening.
I'm telling you, it's the autocorrect. I'm firm on this now that like this is definitely like just growing up with like technology that allows them to like basically a crutch that allows technology to
shorthands everything.
Yeah.
Fucking,
totally
you just fat finger it and autocorrect will handle it.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder what our primary schools are doing too, he says. Oh my God. All right, so we're moving on to explain. Next, you need to explain exactly how... Oh, there goes Cat. Fucking that infamous Los Angeles internet. It's fucking brilliant. And he's back. Taco, year 8 here is what? Age 14, by the way? Not like American 8th form or whatever it is. Yeah, 14 would be around 9th grade for us.
Yeah. Point is, the fucker's old enough.
He's old enough. Either way. The point is, 14, he should know how to fucking capitalize the beginning of a sentence. This is terrifying. Explain. Next, you need to explain exactly how your evidence or example supports your point, giving further information to ensure that your reader understands its relevance. Oh. Again, no capitalization, just none. And again, he had a random just criminal acts. Just the C in criminal was just randomly capitalized. I think he just hit shift accidentally, quite frankly. This kid does not understand what capitalization is. Taco, I just got home to my desktop. You can start the stream now. Punctuation is hard to understand and emulate if you don't read, I guess.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that like the majority of what these kids are reading is just DMs from one another or like comments on their posts or whatever.
This is brutal.
But that's just not real language, you know?
Oh wait, so there's two. He did two. Like these are two different. Like, oh, so the assignment was to do 2 Peel things. Oh, this is just one. Oh, baby, you poor thing. Bless your heart. All right.
The thing is, like, you can't even be too mad at him because he's right. He's correct.
That's the thing. Yeah, he is correct. But as Trey pointed out, he fucking told him what was correct. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's. I'm gonna go through this. All right.
I hope he becomes like a tree-hugging hippie.
I hope he becomes a politician, because that's what I see in his future.
Yeah, just move to the UK and just make a quick little...
I can hear right now fucking saying, like, we don't want him. They've got their own fucking poorly educated rich kids. Exactly. He's a good critical thinker. A possibility with this sort of kid, says Trey. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, this kid's got politician written all over him.
Yeah, this is someone that gets like some of their classes bought through college and shit.
Presidents commit acts of terrorism. Yeah, right. Saying, lol, send him back. Presidents commit acts of terrorism. He spelled it right. Oh my God, back to back. Correct, then incorrect. All right. Presidents commit acts of terrorism, yet use the word terrorism to degrade others. It is a word with a broad meaning, as so governments cannot be looked at as a terrorist while claim others to be as such. Okay, he has no business saying as such. They say their reasons, T-H-E-R-E, their reasons are just, and yet the people seen as a terrorist also make the same point. There is no one, again, no punctuation here, folks. Make the same point. There is no one right side, no clear good and evil. The line is very blurry, missing an R. And the actions of both sides just lead to more acts of violence creating, all one word, no spacing, more need for that type of president, creating more chance of them being voted back in. This can also be seen as a political ulterior motive. I'm going to stroke out by the end of this singular peel.
See, here's the thing, though. I think this kind of shows that he wasn't just listening to Mitre, and just parroting him. I think there is like some deeper level of understanding here.
God help us.
This is the future of the left, folks. You're looking at it. It's not a good look.
Taco saying, "Let me smoke more," and I might be able to translate. Mitre saying, "This is my PTSD."
Oh, God bless you.
Look at you. Hang on. Congratulations, Brooke. Brooke saying, "All right, I made it past midnight today, but I have to go to sleep now. Hopefully I'll be here the entire time on Wednesday." Good job, Brooke, and much love.
What type of emote is that? What is that? Mitre, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's the OBS 8. Like is that the OBS crew? Like cuz what's his name is a member of that too, I'm pretty sure. It's yeah, it's like oh no, that's Curio. It is BT8. I've been half listening, half here. Where is this text from? It's the Hulk with the mask face. Yeah. It is an assignment done by a student of one of our community members. It's Mitre. It's an anonymized document. Like nothing has, but this is an assignment that was submitted, and it is a nightmare to read. Curious saying, "What did I do?" Nah, we're just talking about your Hulk mask fucking emote. You're good. I'm back, by the way. My bad.
You didn't miss a thing. Just don't worry about what happened while you were gone.
Yeah, nothing happened. Don't worry about it. All right. So let's try and finish this single peel. L. Link. To finish the paragraph off, you need to link the point you've just made back to your essay, question, topic, or thesis. Oh, Lord. All right, so there's less spelling errors in this one. Like, I'm seeing a lot less red lines. Let's just put it that way. I'm now worried, he says. We cannot define a word by just looking at it from one viewpoint and shouldn't use it, missing an apostrophe, of course, and shouldn't use it with prejudice because of how the word was misused. It creates, Jesus Christ, just no punctuation, just giant run-on sentences. How the word was misused, it creates it hard to make a... Looking at it from one viewpoint and shouldn't use it with prejudice because of how the word was misused, it creates it hard to make a definition that people can agree on the word even being used to defend terrorist-like actions, and it all loops around to one man's freedom fighter is another terrorist, no spacing around the period again.
What a cowardly fucking liberal.
Thus, unless a clear perspective, which is non-judgmental, missing a dash, and all-inclusive is to arise, there will be no clear definition in sight.
All my sympathy just flew out the window. He should have just stuck to his guns and called the presidents terrorists. He's in 8th grade. They're not gonna do anything to him. They'll give him a stern fucking fucking
after class. God damn it. This is beautiful.
All right, I'm back. Just walked outside. Fuck it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. That my mother has never laid a hand on me in her life. I think she might beat this kid. Like, this would break my mom. In fact, I'm saving this to send to her. I'm giving this to my mom as a fucking, like, lark. She is going to have a fucking mini stroke reading this shit. It's gonna be brilliant. I can't wait. I'm gonna print it out and just literally walk it up to her.
You have to sit down with. No, you know what you need to do? You need to do it in the middle of a really nice meal, and just like real nice conversation.
Yeah, I don't eat meals with my mother. Just because their stepfather is there.
Take a bullet for the team. All right, this. I need to hear how the story goes when you have this printed out and ready to roll.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's fucking, when your teacher asks you that, that's a problem. That's a problem. Mitre says, I asked him today if this is what he intended to hand in or if it was a draft. He said it was. Didn't take the hint.
Takes balls.
Curio, am I wearing Beetlejuice leggings? No. No, I'm not wearing any leggings. I like Taco. Have it framed and just put it up on the wall somewhere.
Just put under it. This is why anarchism doesn't work.
Shit, under anarchism, we could create a better functioning educational system than whoever produced that shit.
Look, he's not. Shit.
My God.
I'm in awe here.
Well, at least I got to learn about this whole peel shit. I think it's useless.
Yeah,
I don't. Oh, I know what you saw, Curio. You saw the lighting pattern, because I have lights at various different points in this room, and you saw striping caused by the LED strips. Yeah, that's what you saw. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, is there an example? I'm just looking for a better example of this having been done. There we go. Like, there's got to be something better. Thank you, Mitre. I think. I'm not sure. Kai was auditioning for Dr. Seuss book. You know they like stripes. I should send you a nice one. There's no recovering from this. Don't even try. Like, this is.
Are you Meat? Are you allowed to strike your students?
Or yeah, is corporal punishment still a thing? I'm just asking for a friend. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's, and like you said, it's a rich kid. This makes sense.
I'm just glad that he's correct.
BT8, what's the fix for these people, though? I can't help but have some sympathy for them. We need to destigmatize learning disabilities and shit and actually help. BT8, see my just now previous statement? This is a rich kid. This is not someone with a learning disability. This is not somebody who hasn't had access to education. This is somebody who has, in spite of all of that, managed to coast through.
Yeah, this seems like just some lazy kid. Like, he clearly understands the material. Like, he gets, like he fucking, like, was able to understand the geopolitical, like, implications of terrorism. I
BT8,
think
long, slow sigh. I see.
I'm just, like, if this kid can understand that drone strikes caused by Obama and Trump
Can
is
be
pretty much terrorism to random civilians, and understand that, like, the implications of not calling that terrorism, I'm sure he could fix his grammar.
I like Curio.
Not that
Can
much
he do any cool TikTok dances though, or throw ball hard?
I don't know.
Like that's asking the really important questions, really, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Maybe he spends all day listening to. Yeah, sure, Rich. It's a student's assignment. It's a brutal student's assignment with a level of grammatical, rhetorical, and just basic understanding of linguistic principles, misunderstanding of basic linguistic principles that is so brutal to read, you feel like you're having mini strokes as you go through it. Mitre, he'd probably beat us all at video games. Maybe. Depends on the game. Yeah. He definitely would not be able to keep up in Warzone, says Cat. Yeah, it was a brutal read. It was an argumentative paragraph that had to be structured a very particular way. It had basically no capitalization. The punctuation was, for all intents and purposes, non-existent. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Mitrazen, it broke my brain today. It was a brutal read. Let's just put it that way. I think 4 different spellings of the word terror or terrorism referred to the Muslimic people and Hippiocritical. And yeah, it was just put it. It was bad. So yeah, we're still sort of like breathing and getting over it, and sort of recovering our senses from the experience, the sort of near psychedelic transcendental experience that was attempting to read that document. Yeah, it was a thing. If there's anything, L, that you in particular would want to discuss or bring to the table, by all means. Taco, need to rest my brain after taking in so many high-level concepts. Rich saying can't be as bad as arguing with a 45-year-old about religion. His proof was the Bible. Always love that one.
Yeah.
Is that a callback, Rich, to like the old school? Like I that may be a callback actually, because we've had those before.
Fuck.
Because Rich is OG. Fucking L. Oh, that was today for you. Oh, congratulations, Rich.
I hate those conversations.
You always have to clause that stuff. You basically say you can't use the magic book. Curio, I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. L saying, I'm a bit of a philosopher myself, but I don't know if I want to talk about it in detail in public yet. Well, you don't have to do anything. Oh God, he kept ending his statements with facts. BT8, I understood that reference. I understood that reference. So yeah, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, L. That's by all means. We're just sort of, like I said, we're healing. We're moving forward as a group. Yeah, that's how you know when a statement is true. Exactly, Rich. When you yell facts at the end, it's for sure. Yeah. Oh, that was a thing. All right, let me look over here really quickly. Eric Trump cancels event at a Michigan gun shop after the former employee is linked to the domestic terror plot against the governor. Huh. Yeah, facts don't care about your feeling. Well, fair enough. Jesus Christ. Did you talk about Trump's Columbus Day rhetoric? No, I did not. I not even film. What did moron McGee do this time? And by the way, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. Oh, and by the way, it's also fucking racist genocidal maniac who never stepped foot on North America Day as well in some places.
We also got two white women on Twitter arguing about the semantics of mutual aid sex again.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They're still in that?
Actually it got worse because one of the women basically skirted the argument by basically saying that this person shouldn't be talking about, the person that started the whole thing shouldn't be talking about the implications of consent and such, because she made out with like some dude while they were in the same hotel room.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Okay, so went to a hotel room. 3 women are there. Woman that started the mutual aid sex, had the mutual aid sex thing, had some dude with them.
Okay, no. First, for this conversation, you need to add a qualifier: mutual aid sex.
Fucking the idea is that if somebody is not attracted to another person, you could mutually aid them with sexual thing. Just cause. That's valid anarchist praxis, basically. And that got everyone fucking just wildly angry.
No. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm gonna cut all of this off. Timmy, welcome back. Yes. Hang on. Yes. Jesus Christ. This has been a day, hadn't it?
I like these episodes.
Me, Trey, I don't understand. Dude, no one can understand the mutual aid sex conversation. But Timmy, alaikum salam, brother. You are a thing of legend around these parts. Trust me. Like, the conversation that you spawned is still going. So welcome. You were always welcome here.
Timmy is back.
Timmy is back, folks. Nice to see. He didn't write this, Rich. This is bullshit. Like, these are complete sentences with like capitalization and shit. There's no way Trump wrote this. Flash the emote. Flashing the emote.
I don't see it.
Emote deployed.
Emote deployed.
Emote deployed. Emote deployed. Oh, hang on. I got some shit here. Oh,
I can time you out, Kai. In chat. Oh, that's amazing.
Try it.
To see what happens.
I'm kind of curious.
I'm gonna time you out for an hour.
No, do it for fucking 60 seconds, bitch.
You cannot time out the broadcasters.
Yeah, I was gonna say this.
Your power was gonna be questioned, and you weren't ready for it.
You know. All right. L. Cool. Oh, I have like no permissions anywhere across the board on your. Okay, there it goes. It just sort of clicked. Oh wow, there's a lot here. All right. I'll have to look at this like another time. There's a lot to take in here. Holy shit.
It's probably just fascist apologia.
Thank you.
He had good genes. You know, that sort of thing.
All right, so
Damn it.
yeah, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, if look, okay, so this is how you gain other tier 1 emotes. Yeah, you are. Thank you for the invitation, and I will look at it over the days to come. Yeah, if there are more subs, then I get more more level 1 emotes. And so that's sort of how that works. Like, and the level 1 emotes can be purchased with the Soros bucks. And that's, you know, yeah, there you go. That's how that works. Holy shit. Welcome, El. So, all right. So back to the mutual aid sex argument.
Like, where do I begin here?
I think we covered, like, somehow sex can be a form of mutual aid. So there's that.
Yeah. The phrase that she used that pissed off a bunch of people is that, like, it's a personal sacrifice that could be used to make society or their community better, something to that effect, and that just left Twitter just fucking exploded on this poor woman. Just fucking complete and utter rage. People reporting her, trying to dox her, fucking, you know, telling her to deactivate her account. The whole night. Like, completely just destroying any sort of credibility that this woman has. Just, you know, just completely fucked. And basically, after, like, these pretty relentless attacks, one sex worker that she was kind of friends with, but, like, not really. They were kind of like, they were famous for being in the same space, which was basically reading leftist theory naked to their OnlyFans, and that got them some heat a while back. The point is that that's like the general space they occupied. And this person, okay, so the first person's called Merrick, the second person's called Savvy. They met up in Louisville a while back to help with the protests. And after, you know, shit went down, predictably, Merrick gets a hotel room with Savvy and another leftist woman, and Merrick calls over a guy friend. Once the lights are off, everybody, at least Merrick thought everybody was asleep. They made out in the bed, light groping, not groping, just like rubbing and grinding, just making out under the bed. After that, basically Savvy brings this out in public, and left Twitter again explodes on Merrick and just completely fucking tears her a new one once again. And now I think Merrick is like contemplating deactivating her account. And again, this is two white women arguing over what ultimately is kind of like high school bullshit, you know, during Columbus Day. And Savvy actually realized this and used that to gain some favor with all the wokelets that got mad over this whole thing. And it just fucking...
I'm with Mitre. Fucking...
What did happen?
He said, like, you know, I still don't understand this this whole thing. This is what Twitter looks like. This is what Twitter looks like. Sincerely.
This fucking stream of consciousness and insanity.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, if I get here, I'll actually send some of the tweets and shared content. There's nothing really NSFW here.
Yeah, that's a fucking whatever that is. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Curio, did you actually want to redeem those points? Yeah, right. Again, don't. L just joined Twitter today. Oof, it is a place. I joined only a few months ago.
Yeah.
For the first time, and trust me, use your Twitter account once every month, and you'll maintain your sanity. Okay, didn't mean to.
Leftist Twitter is the single greatest argument against leftist principles. That, like, it just is. There's just so much infighting and just bullshit, and it's horrible. Like, just completely. It's pretty much it. Yeah, it's the like single greatest argument against leftist principles.
Timmy
like,
saying I joined 2 months ago, but only go on it for Trump tweets.
Man. Okay. So let me see. Where can I find the mutual aid thing? Fucking.
Fuck me.
This is a fun one.
All right, so let me go up here. They're Care Bears. Pretty sure your icon is Care Bears.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is actually a.
Okay, here it
This is impressive.
Here is the initial tweet that started this complete fucking shitfuckery. Just stupidly innocuous bullshit. Just real basic statement that mutual aid can exist under communism.
All right, so hang on. Let me
Sexual mutual aid. Fucking.
All right, let me throw it up on screen just to.
It's all safe for work, by the way. There isn't.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Just that's it.
apparently there is like a multi-day like giant leftist infight that's happening centered around we'll call it discourse for the lack of a less derogatory term, centered around this tweet that we're now seeing. How do y'all feel about, quote, sexual mutual aid will exist under communism as opposed to, quote, sex work will exist?
Question mark.
Okay. So now I think I know where this is headed, right? So rather it taking out the capitalistic endeavor of sex work, aka the more derogatory term prostitution, under a communistic system, you would have sexual mutual aid.
Right. And then she makes the distinction that
altruistically providing sexual services for people you aren't attracted to because you think a community with access to intimacy and release is ideal and healthier than what we have now is more of a selfless service than just sex. She's working levels above people. I kind of dig this chick.
Dude, it's like there's kind of an anarchistic aspect here, you know.
This is this is 100%. Like I wasn't grasping what was going on here. I understand this now, that what this conversation is centered around. And I dig her position. Like you're undermining the world's oldest profession is what we're talking about. We're removing the capitalistic drive behind the world's oldest profession and reframing it in a anarcho-communistic modality.
And Twitter fucking implodes. Just completely goes after this chick. Like, there are comments in there that are calling her a rape apologist, that she's fucking justifying incel ideology, that it just is bad. And if you go on her profile, it just fucking you can just see some of the shit that she gets and all that it's entailed from that point forward.
Yeah, oh jeez, I can imagine. I feel you on that. She's not saying that you have to. In no way, shape, or form is she advocating for that.
Right.
She's just.
That's why she used the phrase mutual aid.
Yeah, this is some high level praxis, and okay. So let me.
Yeah, click on her account. You can see. Just scroll down, and you'll find just some of the reactions that she's fucking had. Of course. Oh wait, I have to send you the savvy bullshit before you see the fucking.
Yes, BT8. That's sort of okay, but here's the thing. So yes, you're on the right track, but keep thinking post-capitalism. Okay? So sex work minus money. This is what she's talking about. That there is an innate need for intimacy and sexual acts within the human experience. And that in a post-capitalist society, there would still be those individuals that would have a variety of limitations on access. And the providing of that service could be framed and or seen under the auspices of mutual aid.
I'm
Interesting.
trying to find. Yeah, and if you check the comments, just like just severe hatred, just fucking completely just goes thrown her way.
Rich, maybe that would help students improve their capacity to read and write.
That's. I don't think that's the avenue we want to go down.
I can hear him just sort of muttering it too. Yeah. Mitre saying, I remember we had this discussion about sex as a human right. L, if it's completely consensual and non-problematic in every relevant way, then it's kind of psychotherapy really at that stage. Canada has this. They have therapeutic sex workers that are like those with physical disabilities that have trouble accessing that sort of realm of human experience. And they are a whole other degree of, I mean, I hesitate to call them sex worker because they are something beyond. They're sort of a sex therapist unto their own right. And so this is some high level conversation. It truly is. And I can imagine Twitter handling this very delicate, very nuanced conversation.
Flew over their heads.
Yeah.
Not like it just completely died on arrival. And basically, and that woman that I sent you basically decided not to even engage with the idea whatsoever, but just immediately went to the character assassination.
All right, so let's pull up the character assassination.
Right.
Let me blow this up a little bit for screen.
Reminder, these are two white women having this discourse over Columbus Day, mind you, or Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah, fuck Columbus.
After the Bill Burr thing, no less.
Oh yeah, the Bill Burr thing is fucking gold.
Right, like this is apropos, like perfectly encapsulates what Bill Burr is talking about.
How is this?
Just keep, it's a thread. You have to like read the multiple posts.
Oh no, I'm looking at them and I'm still confused how this is apropos of anything.
Just it apparently it was apropos enough, and that led to all of Twitter condemning the first chick.
I'm sorry. This is why Xena is a sin. Xena was a fucking badass show, dude. What do you got against Lucy Lawless? No, I have no idea what Zina is off the top of my head. I could look it up here, but if you want to explain in chat from a Muslim perspective, sex is Zina sex? Zina, is it sex? Danielle was hotter. It is unlawful sex. And yeah, right. The lesbian fucking says Casino was awesome. Dude, they had some hot lesbian sex in that show. Yeah, fucking her and Gabrielle making out in the fucking hot tub in the alternate reality and shit. Like even I get it. Like fuck, like that was some hot shit. I get it. Not my bag, but damn. Xena had lawless sex.
This is amazing.
BT8, to be back in the 90s. I'm telling you, fucking BT8, I'm with you there.
Right. And I gotta show you Merrick's side, how she reacted.
Mitre was writing that exact joke, but he beat him to it. I don't understand, like, how, I mean...
That was the fucking, like... when I tell you that was the dagger that fucking just completely took this to like a whole nother level, like that, like it fucking just completely destroyed the entire, like, it destroyed the sexual mutual aid fucking discussion like immediately, which, you know, props, but you know. And here's the response that Merrick delivered an hour later, while I'm assuming emotions were still high.
Okay, so, all right. So here's her rebuttal, right, to this literal high level philosophical conversation about sex work in a post-capitalist society. This is her rebuttal. I'm really hesitant on saying something publicly, but it's really uncomfortable to see Merrick talk about consent when someone else and I had to share a hotel with her in Louisville. She had sex in the bed next to us without once asking us for consent to be exposed to that. Is this woman a paraplegic?
She has trauma.
Okay.
That was her, like,
Leave.
an argument.
Leave.
She said that she was frozen from trauma. You know, like a PTSD type attack deal.
Okay, maybe. I don't know.
Like, that is her linchpin. And
This
then Merrick responds.
This is a conversation that I wouldn't even engage in. I'd be like, this isn't. I don't.
It's
whatever.
funny though.
Like, okay, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a fucking therapist. I'm not a trauma expert. Maybe she did freeze because she's got PTSD from some shit. I don't know. But, I mean, this seems like one of those situations that you could have, like, somebody, like, I don't know.
Would you say that it probably would have been better to handle this privately?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, good, because, like, literally everyone agrees.
Like,
so Merrick responds and makes it so much worse.
Okay, so do we have the response, right? That's the
Yep,
response.
It's an 8p. It's an
Oh
8.
my God, this is insane. This is why. Okay, Elle, if you're still around, this is why you only go on Twitter once a month, max. Do not hang out on Twitter. It is. Wow.
I became very invested, if you couldn't tell.
Oh, this tweet is unavailable. Hang on.
Wait, did she actually? No, it's still here. I can.
No, it's marked as this tweet is unavailable even on my logged in account.
Ah, damn, she fucking got rid of it. Okay, I'll read it for you. Savvy is a bitch for this, who isn't telling you the truth. I kissed someone in the dark, quietly, across a room from her, and stopped when she got up and started texting. When it seemed like she was asleep, there was touching under the covers in the dark, quietly. I gotta now find each individual one. Fuck. Oh no. It's all gone. Damn, she deleted it. She bowed to the mob.
Jesus.
Fuck.
This is insane. This is a valuable conversation that was completely derailed by insanity.
Welcome to leftism. To anyone looking in. You know, just anyone that just wanted to see what it's like over on this end of the political spectrum.
Timmy, Meat Tray is not a sister. He's a brother. But he is not a sister.
Was somebody hitting on Meat Tray again?
Well, if it's Timmy hitting on Meat Tray, we got a whole fucking thing going on then.
Yeah, Meat Tray's got Taco. He's got fucking his chick. He's got Meat Tray's building a small harem here.
Yeah, L, message received. Thanks for the advice, lol. Twitter's a cesspool. Twitter is essentially the YouTube comments section. It's basically the same thing. Curio, he's been trying to hit it for a month over here. Might let him though, to be honest.
Jackie's kind of there, but unwillingly.
Oh no, she enjoys me, Trey.
She's part of the harem, but hesitantly.
Oh, Timmy was confused when he was talking about letting men fornicate with him. I love it when when the religious roll out fornicate. Oh, I always adore that.
Beautiful.
No fornicating, me Trey. No fornicating.
But yeah, this is the conversation that was happening instead of acknowledging that this should be Indigenous Peoples Day, because 2 white women decided to air their dirty laundry over ultimately a very harmless idea that could exist in a post-capitalist society.
But so many options, says Mitre.
Yeah.
Anarcho-bimboism. Official head of the Antifa porn department. Disseminating thoughtaganda.
As you can tell, she's on team. She's fun. She's cool.
Yeah, I'm a model, content creator, entertainer, pole dancer, aspiring suicide girl based out of the ATX. She got a YouTube channel. I'm in. Hang on.
It may be NSF here on Twitch.
Okay, cool. Hang on. I'm gonna...
He fucking goes anyway, boys.
Okay, this one isn't. I'm looking. This one isn't. This is all right. Well, I mean,
did she take down the bikini videos?
Well,
damn.
Someone just compared me to Elliot Rodger for me holding the position that adults should have autonomy over their own bodies, and that's
Oh, she didn't take this down yet? Fuck.
So, let's talk about how insane and toxic the discourse is today about sex workers and sexual mutual aid, which is a term I used, which has caused quite a lot of drama. Why I use those terms, what I'm trying to communicate, and what it is that I actually believe, because right now, looks like a lot of Twitter has decided for me what it is that I believe and is saying all kinds of wild, off-base, really weird stuff. So let's talk about it. So this all started because I espoused the position that under communism there would still be sex work. Now, a lot of people took issue with this because the way that they interpreted the word work meant doing labor for wages in a capitalist sense. This is not how I was using the term work. So today, I was like, how do I phrase this idea in a way that makes more sense or is more technically correct in terms of a Marxist realization of society? I believe, and lots of other sex workers believe and have stated as much over the past 2 days, that in a stateless, classless society...
Oh no, I know I'm lucky to be gay, Maitre. I know I am.
...without money, we would still be interested
Maitre
in
is trying to
our
talk himself off the cliff,
in a
as it
sexual
were.
way. So, if it's not work, then is it a service? And I kind of thought, yeah, that makes sense. If you think that contributing something sexual to your community helps your community, well, then that's a service. So much of sex work is not just penetrative boy-girl sex. And I think maybe that's where people are getting hung up here. Hopefully, maybe.
No, they're not. No.
She still has faith in the left.
But also.
Yeah, she has no idea what's actually going on here, I don't think. I do think it spawns a really interesting conversation, though. That original fucking statement that has been just completely derailed is legitimate. I mean, we talk about... I love you, Timmy. I really do. You're like my special cousin. That's all.
A special challenge to overcome. I love it. That's a way to phrase it.
Yeah, I think the reframing of the quote unquote world's oldest profession. And I mean, there's scientific merit to that as well. If you've seen any of the chimp studies that have been done, teaching them currency valuation and how, you can trade this token for food. One of the first things that happens is the male chimps start trading the tokens to the female chimps for sexual acts. This is just basic biology, folks. I'm sorry, it is a thing. Sex work exists even outside the human species. So this is some very deep evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology at work. So taking that world's oldest profession and removing the capitalistic currency-based sort of the monetary element of it in a sort of post-capitalist communistic sort of scenario as she's laying out is a valuable thought exercise for other industries. Because, okay, so let's remove the inflammatory nature of sex work because that freaks a lot of people out, right? Fucking people are prudes, as evidenced. So, yeah, I know, right? Me too. We're not copying what monkeys do. We are them. I hate to break it to you, my friend. We share common ancestry. That's just, sorry. Darwinian evolution and natural selection is a thing, whether the magic book says it is or isn't. So taking that as a thought experiment and removing the sex work from it and saying, okay, but this sort of core human behavioral element has this intrinsic capitalistic sort of trade value attached to it from before time immemorial. What does that look like? And what would that look like in this sort of post-capitalist state? And you can then apply that thought experiment to plumbing, to carpentry, to IT work, to engineering, to whatever. And you can sort of extrapolate out using this sort of very easily understandable concept, this base biological set of urges, and use it as that sort of extrapolation point. I think it's a super valuable conversation to be had, and it's, of course, tragic that it started on Twitter because Twitter. Yeah, it started on Twitter, and then Twitter happened. Yeah, that's all right. I'm glad we kept going down this rabbit hole because none of us were understanding what the fuck you were talking about, Kat. But I'm glad you got us there. Because yeah, that's super. Like that's a shame. The whole whatever else happened.
Yeah.
If rich thought exercise. Where's my hang on.
I didn't get the badumkus.
No, that deserves the muted trombone. Yeah. So please, Timmy, don't tell me that you don't think evolution doesn't exist. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Damn it. See, that's the worst part is that you can tell that, like, he's genuine.
Yeah, that's what, you can't be mean because it's legit. And you're like, oh, man. Like, oh.
Like, he genuinely feels like he's doing what's right, which is why you can't be too mad at it. Which I respect it.
To an extent. Curio, fucking brilliant. Timmy said to be born gay, Allah has given you a special challenge to overcome. He knows you can handle. Curio saying, I stay pretty steady, failing Allah's challenges as it is. And then you've not failed till you die. You can always repent anytime you want, but you have to mean it. And Curio using the misspelling even. I don't mean anything ever. With the double E again. Curio, god damn it, you are brilliant. And Timmy, you never know. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. If you've got a nice piece and people need it, to be a good comrade. That's the thing, is that's the conversation there, really. And people freak out because it's sex. And you can't abstract it further. But what she did was apply it to her world. She took a macrocosmic concept and transformed it into a microcosmic example within her own realm. And it as a sort of thought experiment. And again, Twitter went Twitter on her.
What I found really interesting was in a lot of the comments, there were like sex workers that basically just were like, wait a minute, no. I could never see myself doing this, without compensation for my time. Like that was like the general like trend of criticism that you saw from a lot of sex workers and former sex workers.
Yeah, well, but that's sort of like internalized capitalism, right? Like they can't even envision it outside of the capitalistic model.
And that's something that like a few brave souls tried to do, and they like it got so bad. Like I'm sending you like the mild mannered surface level shit of this rabbit hole. It gets fucking bad, dude.
Oh, I'm sure it does. It's Twitter. I have no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind that this shit got toxic as fuck.
See, Twitter is just the less version of 4chan, and they'll just never realize it.
Prostitution should be like a membership website, come with a freemium account.
I'm with it.
That's a model that could probably be implemented, quite frankly.
I can totally see it, dude.
Okay, I got questions here. I got questions. Hang on. Okay, so yeah, this is interesting, but I'm more interested in this. Timmy, yes, I believe in evolution, but not in the way you do. One, I need to know in what way do I believe in evolution, and two, in what way do you believe in evolution? So I'm curious. He said, I'm guessing. I want to know your guess, and I want to know in what way have you interpreted the concepts of natural selection and evolution? Curio, why extra challenges? Is human life not challenging enough? And what sort of cosmic entity requires a gauntlet for their affection anyway? A narcissistic sociopath based on how existence is laid out. If I had you give a clinical diagnosis, definitely some megalomania. Okay, L. Yes.
I just realized I have 6.1k Soros bucks just built up.
I got yeah, like I've got infinite technically, but oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for
Try to look at you. Is this just like your yoga session now?
Yeah, well, I mean that's fucking well, you didn't spend the Soros bucks. You can't make me hydrate, Curio. Cheers, my friend. I need to refill that. Oh shit, I had no idea what that was about. Sorry, I just like pressing buttons. Yeah, I did though. Yes, I will allow you to redeem that. Seeing as you accidentally spent them on timing out no one. So yeah, no, that's what that's about. L. Now you know. Yeah, that's the Soros box. I'm just assuming it's different, but I believe Allah has set all of evolution into motion when he was creating the universe, not so much guiding it, but more knowing everything that would happen when he set it into motion. I find that to be a more reasonable approach from a religious person. I can at least work with that. It's not that you don't, oh, we're not getting into fucking chicken and the egg. Well, okay, fine. Who created Allah? Allah always existed for all of time and space. There is no creator to blah, blah, blah. I've heard those I've been down that road before. Straight up baking the cake. I can dig it, Tim, says Curio. Exactly. Like, I can work with that at least. Like, that's, as long as you don't deny the scientific principles and practices and the natural laws that are set forth and how they work, I don't really give a shit past that. Like, as long as you're not, like, full on, like, evolution doesn't exist, dinosaur bones are a test put there by God, then I'm cool with it. I can work with it. Allah is an emergent feature of this universe. Meet you dipshit, says Curio. Yeah. Again, I don't, Allah isn't something to be made. Is Allah a person? Is what I want to ask for you. Like, Curio, the Creation Museum is amazing. Curio offering, if y'all come to Kentucky, I'll take you to the Creation Museum. It's amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. The dinosaurs next to the people, the Ark. The Ark is impressive, but it is hilarious. I'm with you. Yeah, the whole thing it's about an hour from him. Rock the fuck on. I would be down there on a regular basis just because I'd laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. Oh man, yeah, man with dinosaurs and like other animals and like dinosaurs. Fuck it. There's like one. I'm pretty sure, right? Like they had a dude riding a dinosaur in one of the dioramas, and like there's even a plaque that explains like partway through because you're looking around going, how the fuck is this? This is all insane. And you're looking around and you're like, how are all of these things coexisting? And then there's a plaque partway through that says, before the fall of man, the animals, there were no poisonous, venomous, or carnivorous animals. So like you're looking at all these fucking sharp-toothed animals, and they were apparently eating fruit and vegetables and shit. The whole place is goddamn hilarious. Yes, if you're in the area in the South in Kentucky and you can stop by the Creationist Museum, do it. No, he's not a man, not for any Muslim, really. Not okay. So when I say person, I mean like an entity. Is it a singular entity? Is God like a thing? Is Allah separable from the universe itself? Like the universe is God's creation, right? So God isn't somehow the ephemera of existence itself. Is God like a separate entity? Like a being? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. I mean, L saying he would have to be in some fashion, I would think. Metaphysically speaking, yes. And having looked at L's fucking back catalog and credentials behind the scenes, welcome to the conversation, L. Okay, so Allah is a being. All right. So that's what I just wanted to groundwork establish. It's such a goofy concept. It's such a goofy concept as far as I'm concerned. So like, are there? Is there other Allahs? Like, is Allah a member of a race? Or have we got like a Q situation going on here? It's
He is the only one to be worshipped. Does that imply that there are others?
the whole he is the only God. All right, here's the thing. How is this like transcendental object? Yeah, right. Was about to reference Q as well. How is this transcendental being, this object that defies explanation, even gendered? This is one of these core problems I have with religion in general is we don't even know with Cosmic Dong, we don't even know the true nature of existence. And there are people that will tell you they know the creator of existence exists and they know the dude's name. Like,
I guess my question that I would posit to Timmy is just, how do you verify that? Like, how...
Oh,
like,
no, you
what
don't.
is
It's
it?
faith.
I know, but I want to hear him say that it's, like, not really based in anything.
Yeah,
Like,
there is
just
no...
hear the conversation.
Yeah, you have to say that you have faith in a human book. Which is one of the craziest things I could ever, like, with no... If rich, exactly. That's what faith is. Like, faith is the belief of something with in the face of lack of evidence. Like that's basically what faith is I have no evidence, but I believe it.
Yeah, which I mean, you're allowed to have. It's just not for me.
Curio says no. Faith is the #1 hit song by genius singer-songwriter George Michael.
Amen to that.
He's got a spotty record if there ever was. Fucking Mitre, and he has gay sex in Jenna. And L saying I have faith too, just the good kind, not the bad kind. We say he for ease of reference the Arabs used. Well, that seems problematic unto itself.
So what I'm hearing is that God is queer.
God is pansexual, non-binary.
No, I mean like genuinely.
Yeah, no.
like that's.
Yeah, no,
like,
I'm not fucking around. Like I'm saying, like literally, God has to be like the spectrum, right? If you know all of existence is born of this singular entity, and the singular entity doesn't meet any singular black and white definition, then what you're dealing with is like a non-binary situation.
Yeah. Shit, we really were made in God's image then, says Curio.
Yep.
I fucks with it. All right, yeah, maybe there's something to this. I can dig that.
Cat's gonna convert to Islam so he can get some hot gay sex in Jannah and fucking meet the non-binary God.
That would be fucking hella awesome, dude.
Jesus Christ, I love you, Al. Welcome. I have faith in science, philosophy, and my personal ideological perspective / ideology that I call psychoharmony theory and practices.
It takes balls to admit that you have faith in science and philosophy, because that lets me know that you're like philosophically consistent. This is something that I've noticed is that there's like a contingent of people who say that they like science, but don't understand that like it is kind of faith-based in believing that like empiricism is always consistent.
Well, I mean, okay, so I mean, if you wanted to, and L is heavy into the philosophy. The fact of the matter is that there's no significant proof of existence itself, really. This is the fundamental problem we have with everything, is that the brain in a vat, brain in a jar problem. We're straying into epistemology territory again. This could be a simulation. Simulation theory is a legitimate theory, and we would have difficulty proving it or disproving it. And this underpins all of my agnosticism, is you can't tell me what this is. And if you can't tell me what this is, any declarative statements made in an absolute sense are fundamentally incorrect. I like to say that I'm an epistemologist, by the way. That's one of my mainest thingies, I think. I love the fact that you just combined epistemologist with mainest thingies.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Occam's razor is the most efficient argument against simulation. Must be hard being lost. It's the opposite of being lost. Haven't you ever, enjoyed a wander through the desert?
Yeah, it's like if you look at all of this and you just like snap your fingers and say like, yeah, I fucking understand what's going on.
That's boring.
It's like I have to question your mental state here.
Oh yeah, it's also borderline psychotic. No, that's... You claim to have the answers. I claim to enjoy the mystery. That's all.
I feel bad, Curio. Fuck it, I'm not lost. I'm in hiding.
From a fucking quit looking for me. From a pathologically sociopathic fucking just sadist of a creator, apparently.
Yeah, it's like you look at war and genocide and just all the horrific shit that goes on in nature and be like, yeah, this is all fine and justified. I get what's going on here. It's just, it's whatever, you know, it's just kind of how things are. I look at that and just think you're a fucking crazy person. There's just there's just something fundamentally wrong with you to think that you have the answers to why any of it is happening. You know?
I'm looking for a very specific... There is a very specific type of cancer that only affects the brains of children. And it is fatal. I'm trying to find the actual type of cancer it is. But this is my argument for, if there is a creator, fuck them. They're terrible. There is a specific type of brain cancer that only affects children, and it is fatal. Why would you create that? You've got to be a fucking maniac. So even if God exists, fuck him. Like, you could have done better. You could have done a lot better. For an all-knowing, all-powerful creator, this is shoddy workmanship. So either you're incompetent or you're a fucking sadist. Either way, not really earning my respect.
I think another one that I tell people is just, another one that I try to tell people to kind of illustrate just how horrifically fucked up reality is just, if everything's fine, go to some random dude in the street and just fucking sock him in the face. And if you don't feel all that fear that you feel just from even suggesting that, lets you know just how horrifically wrong and brutal it can fucking get, just in a matter of split seconds. Society's fucking arbitrary. You know, the minute you step into that primal zone of I'm gonna fuck you up, you've entered a territory where all of human history has been trying to avoid. Because that's ultimately the purpose of society, is to avoid that level of just senseless violence. And it's horrific. It's brutal. It's ugly. You see things that will fundamentally change the way you see the world. And
hey, SJ.
If you can look at that and be like, yeah, I know why that's happening, why we experience those things, why we can fucking, you're just fucking crazy, or you're horrifically narcissistic, which I guess is crazy. Give you a little same difference.
Yeah, it's
inside information about God. God likes to watch. He's a prankster. Think about it. He gives man instincts. He gives you this extraordinary gift, and then what does he do? I swear, for his own amusement, his own private cosmic gag reel, he sets the rules in opposition. It's the goof of all time. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Taste, don't swallow. And while you're jumping from one foot to the next, what is he doing? He's laughing his sick fucking ass off. He's a tight ass. He's a sadist. He's an absentee landlord. Worship that? Never.
Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, is that it?
Why not? I'm here on the ground with my nose in it since the whole thing began. I've nurtured every sensation man has been inspired to have. I cared about what he wanted, and I never judged him. Why? Because I never rejected him, in spite of all his imperfections. I'm a fan of man. I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. Who, in their right mind, Kevin, could possibly deny the 20th century was entirely mine? All of it, Kevin! All of it. Mine. I'm peeking, Kevin. It's my time now.
He's not wrong. Yeah, I know. Taco, I'm with you. I'm post-human, transhumanist territory. Fuck this shit. Let's shuffle off the mortal coil and do something interesting for once.
You could do both, but I don't know. The semantic difference is that post-humanism believes in using technology to end humanity, whereas transhumanism is elevating humanity via technology. They're two fundamentally incompatible points of view. But,
I think they're well. See, that's the thing. I think it's a semantical difference that where does humanity start and end? And I think humanity is an idea.
Yeah.
And so it can survive the leap from biological machine into quantum embedded gold silicon embedded, consciousness transfer mechanism, whatever the fuck we come up with. Like, I think the concept of human is just that, a concept.
Well, of course. It is the ultimate social construct.
It is the social construct. Dun, dun, dun. Fucking inshallah, you will go the right path in the future and not die a sinner. Yeah. SJ, what did you miss? Kat, can you recap tonight?
Lefties got mad.
Lefties got mad. There was that.
And we also critiqued some poor kid's assignment.
Yeah, we had a good laugh at one of fucking Meat Trey's submissions. Did you talk about Chomsky? No, we talked identity politics.
Yeah, and then that moved over to how we should go about navigating the electoral process, and ultimately it's local shit that matters beyond anything else. And yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. I banned somebody on their way out, because they yelled about this not being a safe space, and so I just, trust me, it wasn't the safe space comment that got them the ban. It was several auto-modded fucking comments, but on the way out,
And I kind of want to see those just out of morbid curiosity.
Identity politics is a very interesting topic. I would imagine that from your point of view, especially, would be an interesting conversation.
The irony in Timmy calling us snowflakes.
I know, right?
I love it.
It's okay. Fucking I think so, potentially. Yes, I do.
See, I think the most interesting topic that comes out of identity politics is to what political advocacy should look like on the left, and what we should strive for, and what are the sacrifices we are willing to make in the pursuit of pragmatism. And that's in my opinion what's the most interesting conversation. But it never happens because people are way too emotionally invested to actually have a conversation on that.
SJ, yeah, we're gonna, Kat and I are gonna work on. He's gonna do the bulk of the work, but I'm gonna tighten the script. It's just, we're gonna come up with some sort of copy paste, statement that we can put in chat at a moment's notice to sort of put people on notice that this is not for that. This is not your safe space. So, yeah. We'll look, if it's good, if it's effective, we'll give it a few trial runs, maybe tighten it, retighten it over weeks and months. And if it becomes effective, you're more than welcome to copy and paste it into your shit as well and use it for that very purpose too. Because I know, yeah, you're in that same category of not setting up a safe space. It's not what we're doing here.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I apologize as well. Actually, no, I don't. No, I'll stand by it.
Let's see. Rich, it's super safe. Y'all are super far away. There's my good old Rich.
I
Fucking.
think it's a bit reductive, though.
It's intended to be.
I know.
That's the
some people
point
really
of
believe
it.
that way.
Um,
Some people really think that way, though. And that's kind of a problem.
you're a power switch away.
AIC intensifies.
I just had the weirdest fucking deja vu. This whole just now. I don't know. That was weird. I don't get deja vu that often, like very rarely, but yeah. I don't dig scary movies, SJ. So I can tell you, like, before I go, what's your favorite scary movie? Yeah, The Matrix glitched. Event Horizon did a number on me when I was younger. So you can go with that. So there you go. Event Horizon. Oh, so I'm guessing, Curio, you're gonna be on like all fucking night as usual. Is that the plan? Oh, didn't mean to click that one. Probably. All right, fair enough. All right, let me just check something here. Slept till 5 p.m.
5, Curio? God damn, man.
All right. Well, we just hit the 5-hour mark, 5:01. I think I'm gonna call it. Look, dude, I have depression, he says.
I get it. It's just...
And too much weed,
damn.
maybe. So I am going to get myself some food, and make myself some tea. And those of you on the inn know what I'm talking about. And I am going to, he's on Aussie time now, mates. Dude, I'm gonna fucking marry me an Aussie and get myself a goddamn green card or some shit at this point. I'm down with the Aussies. Fuck it.
Dude, I want out. Get me in on that. Let's make it a poly.
I don't think they recognize that shit legally yet.
Fuck.
I'll Curio. Tomorrow is my nighttime stream. I started at 11:30. How about we do something? Like, I know your schedule's fucked anyway. Like, let's do something, because I know we had talked earlier about you hopping online, because you and I never really had like full on conversations and shit like that. Cross streams. Can I call him for that one? Let's see what's up. Let's try and, because the nighttime shows for me are always like, I don't go heavy politics or heavy anything. Night SJ, pet the dog for me. And so yeah, let's hook up tomorrow night. See what's what.
I ship it.
I'm down. Would have called in tonight, but had some stuff come up. No worries, man. Yeah. All right. Well, as always, thank you for being a moderator and a caller and all of that sort of stuff. All around stand-up good dude. I hear the id polls screaming in the background.
I was gonna make fun of it. I was gonna say that's cis-normative.
Yes. But I claim to be like West Coast territory. I use bro and dude freely. Get over it.
I get it.
Don't oppress my language. It's how I express myself.
Right. This is cultural imperialism.
Yes. Can I suggest a raid? By all means. Suggest a raid, Curio. Let me get my channel dashboard up, and we'll go from there. Why do I have a creator update? Okay, cool. Backstab. Looking up.
I think I've heard Curio mention him before. I don't know who he is though.
Starting the raid. All right, motherfuckers, strap in, stick around. Let's do this. I'll be around to say hello, but like I said, I need food. All right. Let's go. Bye-bye, folks.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's on Magic the Gathering.
Oh, Jesus, he's got a lot of fucking rules. There we go. Oh, it's a birthday. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's his birthday.
He just gave him a present. Fucks with it.
Oops, I didn't, there we go. Like, I'm not actually...
It's a hype raid! Yo! Dude, I love your content, dude. I want to watch more of your shit. Cause, like, you were speaking some fucking truths when I was watching you. Like, fucking awesome. Right now, we're just opening some Magic the Gathering cards. My bed is a goddamn mess. But, you know, we got some fucking cards that's going on. Y'all, thank you so much for joining us. This is so hype. Obscure with the Sonic emote. Ah, I love you. And I love that other, like, it's the Shrek emote with the mask on. Or no, not Shrek. It's the Hulk. The Hulk with the mask on. Ooh, in the streaming. Give me the 5 bits.
Yeah, you can't
Alright,
donate
Elspeth
bits on my channel.
Planeswalker deck is what we're gonna be
Fucking
opening next
I have
year.
it set minimum bit count 10,000.
This is the Elspeth
Sounds exactly
Undaunted
like you.
Hero.
Yeah, like you can't, like I've priced you out basically. Like either you come with the like big dick energy or just stop that shit.
Unlit hoplite and put it on
We'll
the
call it a
battlefield.
Soros check.
Yeah, exactly.
Search your library this way, shuffle it. What is that card?
I so don't give a shit about fucking Magic the Gathering. I never have. I never got it. I don't like collector card games.
Yeah, I know. I definitely feel that. But see, that's why I'm more into competitive games nowadays, just in general, just because grinding's bullshit. It just is. Like it's meant to. It's an artificial way to pad out playing time and make you feel like you've achieved a sense of accomplishment when you really haven't. So like competitive games are kind of like the Band-Aid there.
What, you don't want a sense of pride of an accomplishment?
I haven't really played much Arena before, but
Do you not know the EA reference?
No, I don't.
It's the most downvoted comment on in Reddit history. It was EA's defense of Star Wars Battlefront 2. And they said that, you know, what they're trying to do is encourage a sense of pride and accomplishment in the users. And it's like, I mean, it's the most downvoted comment.
That is such bullshit. And the fact that they thought that they could get away with saying that is insane. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's a good example of a trend of like the capitalistic mode of social capital, though. Like how they basically try to commodify time in entertainment. Actually, especially entertainment.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it was in reference to all of the like loot boxes and grinding that you had to do, and it was something like 65 hours to unlock a single character and that sort of thing. And you know, that was their defense. Like it was trying to give a sense of pride and accomplishment to users.
Yeah, fuck that.
And she gives
Excuse me while I play like a functioning competitive game. Go fuck yourself.
That's dope.
He's just got. I mean, this is not a
Come by
small amount of
anytime,
money worth.
absolutely. Yo, My problem is that I've been following so many different people lately that I haven't had time to check them all out. But I remember you were watching like a bunch of old like, I think it was like war videos or something like propaganda videos. And I just love like the analysis of that and how like sort of taking into consideration sort of the history of propaganda and how that like our current day can be kind of viewed through that lens. It's awesome, bro. I love your stuff. Also, you know what?
I'm glad that
I haven't done this yet, and I should.
Seems cool.
He seems like a nice enough guy. I mean, opening $200+ worth of Magic the Gathering cards, like,
Proudly Radical?
Shit.
That's a different story than used to be told. I respect the grind.
So anybody who's not already following Proudly Radical, go follow Proudly Radical because they were so cool as to blow up my stream tonight. I appreciate y'all.
Cross-pollination, baby.
Yep.
All right, who do we got here?
This
is cool.
Yeah, I firmly believe. I don't like. All right, I'm ditching him. Closing OB. Okay, I'm gonna. No.